Catalyst holds a huge historical advantage here, winning 69% of their head-to-head encounters. He really seems to have the mental edge when these two face off. We'll see if Havoc can use his most recent victory over the rival to turn the tide. He's just too fast right now, shutting everything down with a third straight victory. Both of these competitors are inside the top 10 right now. A lightning fast reaction there to secure another point and shake off that early deficit. A huge mental reset for the underdog right there. We'll take a quick breather here on Italy before returning to Havoc and Catalyst. Welcome back to Italy, where Catalyst leads 3-1 as we resume this intense battle. Catalyst is running away with this, pushing a 4-1 lead. A very close pairing on the ladder, but the momentum is shifting. Catalyst is simply dominating this set, now sitting at 5. His rating is just a hair higher than his opponent's. He is completely untouchable right now, just erasing his opponent in the blink of an eye. That's a tough spot to be in with that low recent form. Havoc manages to pull another one back, making it 2-6. He just traded the knife for a knife in the most brutal way. Havoc is sitting on a tough overall record today with only 13 wins. Well, it's an uphill climb against the current score, but those 2 straight points prove he can hang with the higher rated player. He'll need a few more of those to really swing this. That was a precise shot to put him back in control. A tight race for that top 5 spot in the ratings. Catalyst goes into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly this is playing out exactly how the analysts projected. He has a solid grip on the map, but Havoc is still fighting back. Time to see if Havoc responds. Catalyst still holds a firm 8-5 grip on this. Both of these guys are deep in the elite tier of the ladder. Catalyst keeps the pressure on with a 9-5 lead. The number 5 seed is showing why he belongs that high. Catalyst takes a really strong position on the wine to secure that point. The higher seed is putting on a clinic here. What a fight! He nearly went down but managed to clutch out that encounter by a thread. Pure nails, that was an absolute nail-biter of a finish. Catalyst extends his lead to 10-7 with that play. Unreal, that was an absolute war of attrition, and he somehow manages to scrape through with his life. That's a shaky recovery to secure the lead. Havoc is clawing back into this one, proving he can trade blows with the best of them. A swift shot there, and Catalyst now just needs one more for the victory. What a way to close it out. Catalyst shuts the door completely to secure the victory. He just couldn't find a way to close the gap today. This really solidifies that rivalry in favor of the top 5 seed. Phantom comes out swinging and takes Catalyst right off that ramp to open things up. Catalyst had the better read there, catching Phantom right as he moved across that ramp. Despite the gap on the ladder, they look completely equal right now. Unreal, he nearly went down, but manages to claw back the lead in a complete scrap. He's looking to bounce back from that loss they had yesterday. Phantom is currently on a tear with a 28-6 record over the last day. He's clearly riding a wave of confidence right now. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can find a way to disrupt this momentum before the gap becomes insurmountable. Phantom isn't letting him breathe, cleaning up that spot on the Tetris for another round. Catalyst holds his ground on the ramp to keep this series tight. He's clearly feeling good after that dominant win against Havoc earlier. Deadlocked at 4 apiece. This is a total toss-up. Tough place for him to be as the higher rated seed. Phantom edges ahead by 1 in a real nail-biter. That's a solid cushion for the top seed to lean on. Catalyst really nailed that one from the ramp to bring things back to a deadlock. The number 5 seed is playing like he's got nothing to lose. Phantom is just 1 step ahead of Catalyst here. His top seed status is finally starting to show through. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. Honestly, this isn't playing out the way the odds suggested. Catalyst is refusing to be intimidated by the top seed, and he's fighting back hard to keep this series close. Let's see who finds the rhythm. Phantom just didn't let him get settled there, quickly punishing Catalyst for playing on the boost. His recent record today shows just how hard he's been grinding. Phantom is currently leading the overall head-to-head with 741 wins. It's a significant historical advantage, and honestly, seeing him secure this lead suggests he's finally making that lifelong superiority count in this specific series. Catalyst is really starting to find some momentum here, picking Phantom right off the Tetris. He's completely wiped out the lead. Phantom takes control of the ramp here and shows just how quickly he can snap back into the lead. He's really fighting to erase that 13-8 loss from earlier this week. Phantom extends the lead to 10-8 and looks dominant. He's really starting to flex that top seed authority. He's simply too fast today, securing his 3rd straight to keep the pressure on. Catalyst digs deep to snap the run and keep his hopes alive. It's good to see the underdog staying gritty here. He's just a single round away from closing out the series after a totally clean exchange. The gap in their overall rankings is starting to feel like a wall. And there it is. Phantom secures the final kill to close it out and claim the series. He really looked like the better man in the clutch today, especially since he's just completely on fire right now. Phantom holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history. It's clear he usually has Havoc's number. We're seeing the top-rated player start a bit slow, but he likely has the experience to pull things back. The momentum is shifting completely as he secures a third straight win. A total flip from the top seed's previous dominance here. A sharp reaction from the underdog to stop the slide and secure a point. Phantom keeps the pressure up, easily picking Havoc off the ramp. Just a glimmer of the form he showed against Volt. Havoc is firmly in control with a 2-round lead. Quite a contrast to the result he put up against Catalyst earlier today. Phantom secures a clean kill from the ramp and continues his push back into this game. The higher seed is finally finding his footing. Unbelievable. He drags himself through that chaos to secure a win and ties the map. His nerves are made of steel to pull that off with 7 health. He just completely dismantled the opposition, picking him right off the ramp to take the lead. A high ground battle that ends in a dead heat, leaving us completely tied at 5 apiece. Havoc edges ahead again, reclaiming a slim 1-point lead. The league's top seed is looking a bit vulnerable here. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the switch. Well, Havoc is doing everything he can to defy the odds here. He's matching the world #1 shot for shot in a total deadlock. Time to see who blinks first. He refuses to let the lead slip, digging in to claim another round. The higher rated player is starting to assert his will on this server. Phantom answers right back, leveling us up at 7-all. Coming off a tough set of matches today, he's really stepping up. He manages to outlast the pressure and knocks Havoc off the ramp to reclaim the lead. He's playing exactly to his seeds right now. What a scramble. He barely survives that trade to keep his momentum surging. He's barely scraping by these fights right now. Phantom's now leading by 1, putting the pressure on. The world #1 needs to steady himself here. Total deadlock again as Havoc claws it back to 9. The higher seed is under serious pressure right now. Phantom is staying strong, taking a clean fight to reclaim the lead. He's finally shaking off the early rust today. Havoc just erased that gap to bring us level at 10. He's really leaning into the underdog role today. He just shuts everything down with a huge response, putting the pressure right back on Havoc. It's a fight for survival for the lower rated player now. What a drive from Phantom, shutting down that high ground duel to put himself just 1 round away from victory. The pressure is really mounting on the underdog here. A critical stop right here, keeping his hopes alive in this series. Absolute speed on that exchange. Absolute chaos to end regulation, and he finds the opening to secure another round from the boxes. He's absolutely on fire, claiming another one from the ramp to extend his streak. A stunning reversal compared to how their most recent head-to-head went. He's completely taken over this overtime, dragging the world #1 off the ramp for another round. He's completely turned the tide on this series. He's just not going away, knocking the opposition off the ramp to tighten the gap even further. The disparity in their ranks is practically gone at this stage. Total control of the space in that encounter. An effortless shot from Phantom to stay alive in this fight. The favorite is refusing to go down without a fight. Phantom is absolutely refusing to break, storming back to tie this series up. An incredible response to stay in the driver's seat. Havoc takes a precarious one-round lead at 16-15. Phantom strikes back hard, bringing us to a dead heat at 16. Phantom pulls ahead again, leaving Havoc chasing a narrow gap. He's really making his presence felt in this series. Phantom is cruising now with an 18-16 cushion. The gap in their current forms is becoming very apparent. Phantom is towering over him now at 19-16. He really had to dig deep in overtime to secure this one. Havoc pushed him to the absolute limit. What a fight. Catalyst holds a significant 907 to 404 lead in their overall head-to-head history. It's a pattern that's become almost predictable whenever these two cross paths. We'll see if Havoc can actually find a way to disrupt that streak today. Catalyst is just one step ahead now, 2-1. Both of these guys are fighting out of a bit of a slump today. Catalyst is really starting to pile on the pressure, putting a lot of weight on Havoc's shoulders early on. Havoc is making it a very tight affair, answering back quickly from the ramp to keep this close. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that exchange with a handful of health left. Havoc is showing a lot of persistence, using that ramp advantage to keep the score deadlocked. Neither side has really found a steady rhythm so far. Havoc is really putting on a show right now, completely shutting down that ramp push to level the series. Catalyst edges it out, holding a thin 5-4 lead. It's a tough afternoon for him, after that 11 and 24 run. Catalyst manages to secure another win from the ramp, and the momentum is clearly swinging his way. Catalyst still has an arrow cushion at 6-5. It's a tight clash between two of the top 6 players in the world. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, this is surprisingly level, given that Catalyst usually dominates this specific pairing. Havoc is standing his ground perfectly right now. Fresh start for both. Unbelievable. He claws his way out of that chaotic exchange, securing a 1-round lead. A very different story compared to the previous match of yesterday. Absolute chaos in this trade, but he manages to scrap through with a sliver of health. That's a second straight nail-biter for him. Catalyst earns that crucial round back from the ramp, completely erasing the lead Havoc had built up. He's playing like the higher-seeded man right now. Havoc is currently maintaining a strong 9-7 lead. Well, it is an impressive shift in momentum considering how usually one-sided these meetings have been in the past. He's definitely pushing the pace and forcing a different narrative today. Havoc just pulls ahead by a single round. The 5th-ranked player in the world is slowly narrowing that gap. And we are back to a stalemate at 9 apiece. Both of these competitors have had some tough results across the board today. He's just completely outclassed him from the ramp, taking control of the series with 3 straight wins. He just can't find an answer right now, as that streak reaches 4. The momentum reflects that top-tier gap in the ladder. He's just utterly untouchable right now, putting himself in a position to end this match in the next round. The gap in their skill ratings is proving impossible to bridge. He's not going down without a fight, keeping the dream alive with a crucial response. The underdog is refusing to just fold under the pressure. Another huge response from Havoc, showing some serious grit as he pushes back toward the lead. Game over, he closes out the series with a stunning flick to secure the victory. Havoc really pushed him to the limit this time, almost flipping the script on their long-standing rivalry. He earns a lot of respect for keeping it that close. What a fight. Phantom is entering this match with a massive amount of confidence after going 29-5 over the last day. That high level form is carrying over perfectly into the opening of this set. Now we just have to see if Catalyst can adjust his approach to slow him down. Phantom is really putting the pressure on, leading 2-1. He definitely knows how to fight back against the top seed. The tides have shifted completely, and Catalyst has now clawed his way back to a dead heat. He's looking for another repeat of that 13-9 victory. Phantom regains control and now leads by a single round. He really seems to have the upper hand in this matchup. We're completely locked in at 3 apiece now. A high-stakes battle for the top 5 in the rating list. Catalyst is really starting to build some momentum here with those back-to-back rounds. This is really surprising given the rating gap between them. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes by that fight to secure another round. He's really putting that rating gap to the test right now. A very quick response from Phantom to keep the deficit at a single round. The top seed is proving far too dangerous to leave unchecked. Phantom is punishing the high ground now, quickly turning the momentum back in his favor. He's completely taking over the server, securing his 3rd straight victory. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. The underdog is really defying the odds here. He's playing his way toward a huge result and seems comfortable with the pressure. Let's see if Catalyst resets. Catalyst answers back, narrowing the gap to 7-6. This is a huge mental battle for the number 5 ranked player. Phantom is leaning into his historical advantage here, having won a healthy 54% of their all-time meetings. You know, it's really starting to feel like he has a psychological edge in this specific rivalry. I wonder if Catalyst can shake that off before he falls too far behind. Just like that, we are tied up at 8-all. That was an incredibly fast exit for the top seed. The momentum shift is complete and Catalyst just walked through this round without taking a single hit. A patient encounter that ends with the higher seed securing a clean finish to level the score. Looking at his current form, he's been on a tear across his last few series. Phantom steps ahead, narrowly clutching a 10-9 lead. Catalyst has been struggling with his consistency throughout the day. Absolute parity now. Catalyst has fought back to 10-10. Neither of them is giving an inch in this set. That was a blink and you missed it. Catalyst is just operating on a completely different speed right now. We are staring at a total stalemate. Neither player can quite find the gap to pull away. That's a big trade in his favor to bring the score to 12-11. Just about everything you'd expect from the higher seed in this spot. Unbelievable. He manages to force the deadlock. We are headed to overtime. A massive mental reset for a man fighting out of the 5th slot. Phantom is outperforming his opponent today, and he just expertly cleared him off that box. That's a strong showing for the top-rated player on the server. What a fight! He barely survives that exchange to keep things level at 13-13. His health is barely holding up, but it was enough. Catalyst is really starting to tighten his grip on this set, putting himself just one step away from a huge victory. It's wild seeing him play this aggressively tonight. This set is essentially a coin flip at this point, and both players are refusing to let the other pull away. He's really proving why he sits at the top of the ladder. He keeps his composure in the gunfight to put a huge amount of pressure on his opponent. He secures a perfect look from the box to push the score to 15. 15. Absolute nerves of steel to keep the deadlock alive. Catalyst edges ahead, holding a slim lead at 16-15. And Phantom answers back, bringing us to a deadlock. Catalyst manages to sneak ahead by a single round. A very gritty effort to keep pace with the top seed. Catalyst has a 2-round cushion now, sitting at 18-16. The underdog is truly making a statement in this series. Phantom claws back, leaving Catalyst just a sliver ahead. The favorite refuses to let the game slip away. Back to a dead heat with both players at 18. A total stalemate as we head deeper into the overtime blocks. Catalyst takes a precarious lead at 19-18. Phantom keeps it locked at 19-all. Phantom jumps ahead once more to take a 20-19 lead. Phantom pushes the advantage, now sitting at 21-19. He's really found his second win in the late game. Phantom extends his cushion to 22-19 right now. He really slammed the door shut right at the end to avoid a huge upset in overtime. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Havoc and Phantom are facing off on orange, though the favorite is currently in top form. Phantom really has Havoc's number, winning 66% of their total encounters. It's clear why the top-rated player is starting so strong. We have to see if Havoc can break this historical trend today. He's absolutely punishing every mistake, moving into a commanding 3-year start. Finally, he draws blood in a frantic exchange to get back on the board. It's a high-pressure spot for the favorite, but he still controls the pace. Phantom is just relentless, pulling ahead to a 4-1 lead. It's been a tough run for him after that loss to Catalyst. What a display of composure! He just completely shuts down his opponent to close the gap further. He's showing some real grit despite the odds stacked against him. He's putting on an absolute clinic right now, securing another a clean win. Phantom has been an absolute force today, putting up a 29-5 record in his last several matches, and that massive momentum is making this a very uphill climb for Havoc. He'll need a serious change in pace to keep this competitive. He's totally in control now, extending the streak to 3 straight. It's an imposing performance from the #1 rated player. He's just too fast, keeping the pressure up to secure a 4th straight win. The skill gap is showing throughout this server. Phantom heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Well, he's really asserting himself as the top-ranked player. Everything we predicted is playing out perfectly so far. Let's see a big comeback here. Phantom is just cruising with a massive 9-4 advantage. The top guy on the ladder just got a wake-up call. Havoc is clawing back, narrowing it down to 5-9. He's clearly feeling the heat after that close battle on red line. The momentum has shifted right back. Havoc tried to mount a charge, but the top seed just shut that door. Unbelievable, he just scraped through that exchange with almost nothing left in the tank. He's fighting through some tough recent form today. Phantom still holds a healthy 3-round lead. Unexpectedly, he's managed to take a few rounds out of the air. These exchanges are happening so quickly. It's a complete blur of reaction time out there. It's been a rough stretch for the #6 rated player. Havoc manages to hold his own from the ramp to keep things interesting. He's trying to shake off a tough free-game skid from today. Both players were trading heavy hits in that exchange, but Havoc comes out on top to keep this run alive. He's certainly shaking off the rust from that early defeat to Zenith. What a fight! Both players were nearly out of health, but he manages to secure the edge in a brutal exchange. That's the kind of resilience we've seen from him throughout the league. That is it! Phantom closes it out with a huge final kill to secure the victory. He really proved why he's sitting at the top of the ladder today. That was a total dominant performance. Catalyst has a huge historical advantage here, with 908 wins over Havoc in their head-to-head history. It's a massive gap, but we've seen Havoc struggle quite a bit throughout the day. It will be interesting to see if that trend continues after a strong start. Havoc is playing that ramp perfectly right now, really making his presence felt early on. Havoc is just dominating, sitting pretty with a 3-1 lead. He's really fighting back from that recent string of losses. Catalyst claws back to keep things tight at 3-2. The higher rated player is starting to find his footing. Havoc is just too quick, cutting him down right off that wine box. Havoc is shaking off some tough losses from earlier today. Havoc has struggled with a 10-26 record so far today. Well, he's really turning that around right now. It's a welcome change of pace compared to how his other matches have gone this afternoon. Catalyst reacts incredibly fast to shut him down on the ramp, staying focused on the recovery. Catalyst just keeps the pressure on, knocking him right off the wine box to keep this series close. He's really stepping up to a challenge today. Havoc is pulling ahead, now leading 6-4. Havoc is proving he can hold his own against a higher rated player. Havoc is really taking control from the ramp, putting Catalyst in a tough spot. Both of these guys have had a really tough run throughout the day. Havoc takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, it's a shock given that Catalyst usually owns this rivalry. He's completely defied the odds so far and is putting himself in a great position to pull off the upset. Time for a fresh start. Havoc keeps extending his lead to 8-5. A very strong showing from the top 5 seed. Catalyst keeps the momentum going, dropping Havoc right off that wine box. The favorite is starting to assert his authority in this duel. He pulls another off from the ramp, making it a 3-round streak for Catalyst. The gap in their ranks is becoming a factor as the pressure mounts. Havoc manages to hold the slide, pulling the opponent down from that wine box. His run of luck has finally run dry for the moment. Havoc is just shutting him down, catching Catalyst right as he stepped onto the ramp. What a sharp response from Catalyst, taking that round without taking a single point of damage. Havoc is just too precise, picking him off the window to extend this cushion. Really putting those high rankings to the test today. Catalyst manages to pluck him off the ramp, refusing to let this lead grow. A desperate time for the veteran to find some consistency. Havoc is just a single round away from claiming the victory. He's completely flipped the script on this meeting. Unbelievable. He just wipes the floor with Catalyst for the final round to secure the map. He's finally broken that long losing streak against this guy, a huge mental victory to end the set. Phantom is putting up some incredible numbers right now, coming into this match with a 31-5 record today. It's clear the momentum is firmly on his side, especially after winning their most recent head-to-head. I want to see if Catalyst can find a way to slow this down. The pace has picked up, and it's a battle for space now, with both of them fighting for control of that ramp. That top seed status is really showing early on. Everything's completely reset. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece. A tough run of results for Catalyst lately, but he's fighting back. Phantom just edge ahead, putting the pressure on Catalyst. He's really capitalizing on that top-seeded ranking right now. These two are trading blows back and forth, neither one able to keep the lead for more than a single round. Catalyst grabs the lead, pushing ahead 4-3. He is definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder today. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to push his current run to 3. A complete flip from the expected script for the top seed. Phantom finds his mark from the Tetris to hold the run. The number 1 seed is refusing to let things slide too far. Phantom is simply too fast right now, using that high ground to maintain his lead. That overall head-to-head lead for the number 1 seed is starting to surface. Catalyst holds a narrow edge as we move to 11. He's fighting hard to shake off that rough 13-24 run today. We've got a deadlocked match at 6 apiece. The underdog is holding his own way better than expected. He's really putting that 31-5 daily record to use to keep this series narrow. Time to see if the trend holds. Catalyst is just barely clinging to a 1-round lead. He's definitely proven that the rating difference isn't everything tonight. Catalyst is starting to put his high win rate on this map to good use. He's really shaking off that difficult day he's had so far. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pace going for the rest of the half. Catalyst still holds the advantage, leading 9-7. It's a gutsy showing from a player, currently fighting through a rough patch. Phantom is really using that ramp to his advantage, keeping things tight as we head toward the end of the match. The slate is clean as both players sit at 9. Looking back at their total history, the number 1 seed typically comes out on top. Catalyst manages to sneak ahead by a single round. He's showing some serious grit given the odds today. We're seeing these rounds wrap up incredibly fast lately, just pure reflex shots as we head toward the finish line. Phantom is building some serious heat now, putting his opponent on the defensive. Talk about a swing. These two have completely wiped out every advantage to bring this thing right back to center. A composed finish puts the server on high alert as Phantom secures the lead. He's really making the most of his standing in the ladder. He just shuts everything down with a flawless shot into the Tetris to force overtime. Catalyst is on a roll right now, putting a huge amount of pressure on Phantom as we head into the finale. Absolute surgical precision on that final exchange. That was a brutal exchange, but he walks away with the win and keeps the momentum rolling. He has definitely found his confidence after those recent losses. Phantom claws his way back into the series by winning a desperate duel. This really feels like an all-time classic between these two. Phantom looks completely locked in from the ramp, seizing all the momentum right now. His high ranking is finally starting to pay off in the clutch. Absolutely crushing it right now, securing another effortless win to put his opponent on the ropes. An answer from Catalyst to bring this battle back to a dead heat. A huge response from him to keep this completely level. Phantom takes the lead, pushing it to 16-15. Phantom's now got a 2-round cushion at 17-15. Both of these competitors are maintaining a near identical win percentage on this layout. Catalyst answers back, narrowing the gap to 17-16. The 5th ranked player in the league is really making his presence felt. Phantom is widening the gap to an 18-16 lead. He's playing a high-stakes game today given his current position in the rankings. Phantom's really pulling away now with a 3-round cushion. He's completely shut the door on this one, finally breaking through a defense that looked almost impenetrable. He really had to dig deep for this one. What a fight! Havoc secures an early lead by playing it smart on the ramp. Emotion meet Phantom has a huge advantage in their head-to-head history. He's traditionally owned this matchup, but the scoreline tells a completely different story right now. It will be interesting to see if Phantom can lean on that experience to recover Emotion meet. A fast response from Phantom to cut into that lead, walking away completely unscathed. Phantom refuses to back down and manages to pull that target off the ramp. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Phantom's keeping it close, but he just couldn't find the opening in that scramble on the ramp. A rougher 24-hour stretch for the number 6 seed so far. Havoc is just cruising along with a 5-2 lead. He's really fighting against the grain today with a tough 11-26 record. Phantom secures a strong hold on the ramp to keep the pressure on. He's finally finding some stability in this series. Emotion mid Phantom has looked absolutely dominant today with a 32-5 record over the last 24 hours. And honestly, that level of confidence is exactly why we're seeing such a huge rating gap between these two. It'll be a test of mental fortitude to see if he can actually turn this momentum around Emotion mid. Havoc is firmly in control, leading 7-4. He's certainly proving why he sits at the top of the ladder. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the number one seed is clearly under pressure. He's usually the one controlling these meetings, but Havoc is playing way above his rank right now. Time to see if Phantom resets. He's refusing to go quiet, digging deep to close that gap to just 1. The higher seed is finally starting to make his presence felt. Absolute grit from the veteran, pulling it back to a dead heat after a fearless exchange on the ramp. He's completely taken over this stretch, moving just 1 away from a tie. Exactly what you'd expect from a player in the top 5. He is simply too fast right now, putting the pressure back on the opponent with another effortless takedown. He's just not stopping, moving his count to 5 straight as he completely shuts down Havoc. He is simply unstoppable, charging toward the finish line with a 6-round surge. Havoc quickly puts a stop to that runaway momentum. Havoc puts another on the board, catching the target right off the ramp. This is exactly the kind of tension the lower seed wanted. He is on fire now, securing a 3rd straight point in a blur of motion. Unbelievable. He just wiped the board clean and pulls the series even at 11-all. A complete reversal from how this series looked just moments ago. He's just not letting up now, grabbing a 5th straight to put himself on the verge of victory. He's certainly shaken off those earlier doubts from his previous games. What an absolute slugfest. He barely survives that encounter to force an overtime deadlock. Absolute chaos as we head into the extra frames. Absolutely flawless execution by Phantom, shutting down the opposition entirely to take a 1-point lead. He's looking incredibly sharp in these closing moments. What a fighter. He manages to trade shots on the ramp and levels the series at 13-all. Total deadlock as they walk into the final block. He just keeps fighting, dragging Phantom off that ramp to seize the lead. The pressure is mounting for the favorite in this high-stakes clash. Phantom answers right back from the ramp to bring this deep into overtime. Neither side is blinking in this absolute war of attrition. Absolute poise from Havoc, picking him off the ramp to move just 1 point away from victory. Unreal! Havoc digs deep and seals the series with a gritty final trade to secure the win. He's just completely rewritten the script for this rivalry today, proving that the top seed isn't untouchable. A massive statement from the underdog. What a fight. Havoc really likes this specific layout, having a 56% win rate here. It's a welcome shift because he's historically struggled against Catalyst. We'll see if he can keep that momentum going through the early stages. Havoc holds a slim lead as we head back. He's out of form after those previous losses to Phantom. Unreal, Catalyst survives with a sliver of health after fighting him off from the box. What a scramble! Both players were nearly gone, but he scrapes through with just a handful of health. Expectations were leaning toward the other guy today. We are completely deadlocked at 3-all now. The favorite is definitely starting to exert his influence here. Catalyst is really tightening his grip on this series, just shutting Havoc down regardless of where he hides. Absolutely wild. He barely walks away from that exchange, clawing back to a tie. He's really putting that recent victory on fast aim to good use. Havoc is really finding his footing right now, taking that fight from the box to extend his lead. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Catalyst somehow emerges from the carnage to lock the series at 5-all. Catalyst jumps ahead, now leading by a single round. The top 5 guy in the league is starting to flex. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is pretty much how we saw this opening half playing out. He's successfully leveraging his overall experience advantage to stay on top. Time to see if Havoc answers back. Havoc claws back, leaving Catalyst just one step ahead. The higher seed is feeling the heat from his rival now. Good grief, he almost didn't make it. A frantic back and forth that leaves him with a tiny bit of health. Catalyst really knows how to maintain his lead in these kinds of series, winning nearly 70% of their all-time encounters. It's starting to look like he's simply too consistent for Havoc to keep up with. It'll take a serious surge from the lower seed to flip the script here. Insane, he just barely clung to life after that brutal trade to keep the rally going. A complete slugfest of a round, with Catalyst barely surviving that exchange. He's dealing with a tough run of form today. What a survival! Havoc manages to take out the player on the box despite nearly losing everything in that exchange. And he keeps it rolling, bringing this set all the way back to a dead tie. Neither side has been able to separate themselves for a long time. He is simply refusing to back down, taking a huge chunk of this set for himself. He's really turning the tide on his longtime nemesis. He's simply unstoppable right now, stepping up to the verge of victory with that clean shot. A sharp reaction there by Catalyst to keep himself in the fight. A huge moment to keep the dream alive for the favorite. A crushing finish to regulation, forcing us into the extra frames. He's completely shut down Havoc's momentum, taking 3 straight in a row to seize control of this overtime. The pressure is clearly weighing on the number 6 player. What a response! He just completely shuts the door on that momentum shift to level the score. Both players are reacting so quickly now, these rounds are just flying by as they trade blows. Absolutely breathtaking. He barely walks away from that disaster of an exchange, forcing a dead heat at 14 apiece. They are practically mirrors of each other right now. Simply outclassed in that exchange, and now he's just one round away from closing it out. The underdog is really making a statement with this performance. A sharp look there for Catalyst to secure the lead and put himself 1 point away from victory. Havoc strikes back to move within a hair of victory. Absolutely nail-biting stuff, 16 apiece for both these legends. Catalyst edges ahead, just a tiny step over Havoc. He looks a lot more comfortable now than he did in that earlier game. Catalyst is pulling away, sitting comfortably at 18-16. He's really establishing the dominance we expected from the higher seed. Havoc narrows the gap to 17-18 in a thriller. Pure grit from the underdog in this deep water. Tense stuff as Havoc brings us back to a dead heat. It's essentially a coin flip at this point. Havoc finally takes a precarious one-round lead. Total parity again, 19 apiece for these two. Catalyst regains the upper hand with a narrow 2019 lead. Looking at his total match history, the veteran just knows how to close. Unbelievable, we're tied at 20 all in this war. This series has truly evolved into a complete toss-up. Catalyst barely holds the line at 21. His composure is really the X-factor in a marathon like this. Catalyst puts a cushion of 2 on the board. He really pushed it to the absolute limit in overtime. Honestly, it's impressive how much heart he showed on a map he usually owns. What a battle. Phantom enters this series as the top-rated player on our ladder, which usually suggests a clean sweep. But the matchup history is actually quite tight. It looks like Catalyst has found some answers to that aggression in their most recent clashes, making this a very volatile opening. Just complete perfection. He's totally shut down the server for the moment. He's really putting that high ranking to the test early on. Unbelievable. He's just too fast. Another one for the books. The 36 run he's had today hasn't helped him here. He just can't find a way through, while the opposing force is absolutely soaring right now. That's a complete flip from their last head-to-head meeting. What a fight. He claws back around in a desperate scramble where both players were nearly empty. He certainly got the historical edge in this rivalry. Phantom has been absolutely on fire in the last day, putting up a 36 run. He's certainly using that confidence to push back against the early deficit. If he keeps this momentum, we could see a total shift in control. He's putting on a clinic right now, taking a third straight to chip away at that lead. The momentum is shifting heavily toward the top seed now. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, closing in on a perfect recovery. The underdog is staring down a total collapse right now. A quick reaction from Catalyst secures the round, halting that dangerous surge. It's a tight scrap for a spot in the top 5. A cautious engagement that eventually ends with a sharp shot, showing some real grit as he closes the gap. A strong response to keep this game within reach. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Everything is going according to plan for the favorite here. We've seen some wild swings in momentum, but the leading player is currently in control. Let's see if the lead holds. Catalyst holds a comfortable 3-round cushion right now. It's a stark contrast to the struggle he's had elsewhere today. He's showing some real tenacity here, effortlessly taking the round to close the gap further. We're seeing the top seed refuse to let this game slip away. Catalyst still commands a healthy 3-round lead here. He's really making his mark in this series today. Absolute chaos on this exchange, and Catalyst barely walks away with his life. That was a nail-biter, barely managed to secure the lead. Catalyst is still holding steady with a 10-7 advantage. He's definitely utilizing that huge experience advantage in their head-to-head history. He is digging deep and continuing this comeback attempt, refusing to let the lead slip away. He's just too sharp right now, securing another effortless kill to keep the pressure mounting. What a scramble! He barely clings to life after that brutal exchange. Getting a lot of value out of those recent encounters tonight. Catalyst shuts everything down again, putting himself in a perfect position to end the match. He just won't go away, keeping the dream alive with a flawless response. That stop prevents the series from ending right here. Game over. He closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the series. An incredible result right here despite the ranking gap. Catalyst really stepped up to take down the top seed. What a fight! Phantom is clearly the statistical giant here with a win rate of 63% across his career. But he's been struggling to close out maps lately while Havoc is coming off a fresh victory against him. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries through the next few rounds. Phantom's comfortably in the lead with a 2-1 edge. Expectations are being met by the league's current top seed. Havoc really locked down that ramp to keep things even. We are looking at a complete deadlock. The world number 1 is feeling the pressure early. Havoc has surged ahead, now holding a 3-2 lead. He's fighting uphill despite being the top seed on the ladder. We're completely tied up at 3-all now. Looking at that historical head-to-head, the odds are definitely in his favor. Phantom is starting to put the pressure back on, taking control of the map with 2 quick wins in a row. He just can't find an answer for that pace, taking another round to extend his lead. He secures another one from the boxes, extending the streak to 4. His current run reflects that massive 29-7 record he's built today. A gritty exchange here, and Havoc manages to scrape through to keep his hopes alive. It's a tough spot to be in for the favorite now. Phantom was way too fast there, catching Havoc right as he stepped up the ramp. He's really asserting his authority as the number 1 seed. Phantom enters the break with an 8-4 lead. Everything is playing out exactly as expected. He looks far too comfortable on this specific map to let Havoc find any real traction. Havoc needs a strong start here. Phantom has been completely dominant in this session with a 29-7 record over the last day. So yeah, he's clearly playing at a different speed right now. It's become a real struggle for Havoc to find any way to disrupt that momentum. Phantom is just cruising with a 5-point cushion. The skill difference is really starting to show through. Havoc catches him right as he's stepping up the ramp, keeping this series very much in play. Unreal. He barely manages to survive that absolute slaughter, clamping down to bring the deficit to 3. Phantom shuts that door quickly, capitalizing on Havoc trying to hold the ramp. He's definitely looking like the number 1 seed right now. What a scrap! He barely survives that encounter to bring himself to the edge of victory. Absolute perfection to close it out. Phantom takes the final round and secures the victory. He really lived up to that top ranking today. Havoc tried to fight back, but he just couldn't match those reaction times. Havoc comes out swinging, clearing Catalyst right out of that window to start things off. Catalyst has a huge 69% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear that Havoc has really been fighting an uphill battle in these specific matchups. We have to see if he can finally turn the tide today. Catalyst takes total control of the air there, shutting Havoc down from that winebox perch. Havoc is barely hanging on with a 3-2 lead. He's definitely fighting through a tough stretch of form lately. Catalyst is simply too fast today, cleaning up that angle on the ramp to tie things up. Havoc is really digging in his heels, using that high ground on the winebox to keep this narrow lead. His recent form has been a struggle, but he's looking sharp here. Havoc is really stacking up these rounds right now, taking the fight to Catalyst from the ramp. A surprising turn of events, as we're seeing a total flip from their last outing. Catalyst is starting to put on the pressure, catching Havoc wide open on that ramp. Both players have had a rough run of results today. Catalyst is looking very comfortable right now, picking up another win from that window perch. A tough set of results for the number 6 seed so far. The surge continues as he secures another win to hold the edge heading into the break. He's having a rough day, coming off an 11-25 run overall. We're sitting at 6-6 heading into the second half. You know, the underdog is holding his own despite the gap in their overall standings. Havoc is playing this perfectly to stay level with the favorite. Fresh start for both guys. Catalyst is starting to pull away here, shutting Havoc down as he tried to push from the ramp. It feels like we're seeing a repeat of their last meeting. Catalyst is putting together a real run here, putting on the pressure with that ramp play. He's completely locked in, securing his third straight win from the window. The rank 5 player is definitely asserting his dominance here. He just can't find a way through that winebox defense as he extends his lead to 10. The gap in their skill levels is starting to show. Another huge read from the window as he simply refuses to let up. He is proving way too strong to deal with today. He just can't stop the momentum now, and he's finally sitting on match point. He's really asserting that upper hand in the rankings. What a final display of power as he cleans up the match from that ramp. He really stepped on the gas in that second half and just ran away with it. A tough way to end the day for Havoc. Phantom is sitting on a very strong 28-7 run over the last day. It's clear he's carrying a lot of confidence into this map where he's historically outperformed Catalyst. I'm curious to see if he can keep that momentum going. He just completely dismantles Catalyst from the wine, sweeping his third straight round. He looks like the #1 seed on the leaderboard right now. Simply untouchable, he's moving completely unopposed now. Catalyst gets a quick read and picks him off the wine. He's certainly playing the spoiler today. Phantom's just cruising along with a commanding 5-1 lead. He really is playing like the top seed on the ladder. Phantom has held a steady 54% advantage over the years in these head-to-head battles. Well, it's interesting because Catalyst actually walked away from their most recent encounter. We're seeing a classic clash of longevity versus a recent hot streak. Catalyst uses that height to his advantage and manages to carve out a bit of a comeback here. Phantom still firmly in control at 7-3. Catalyst secures that high ground and shuts things down, keeping the pressure on as we head toward the half. He's clearly found a way to counter the world #1 today. Phantom takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, he's completely defying the expectations today. He is putting on a great show for the underdog side and is firmly in the driver's seat. Fresh start for the second half. Phantom holds a slim 3-round cushion at 8-5. He's certainly playing like he did during that 10-13 victory. Phantom pulls even further ahead, now sitting at 9-5. Both are playing a high volume set of games today. The pace of these encounters is just lightning fast. We're seeing rounds decided in a couple of seconds flat. Phantom stretches his lead to 10-6 after that burst. A serious test of nerves for the #5 player here. Catalyst is really struggling to find an answer for these exchanges. He's just getting out dueled right now. He's really making a statement after that last loss to his opponent. Catalyst is fighting to stay in this, refusing to let the game just slip away from him. Another strong exchange from the wine and he's just one away from victory. This is the level of consistency he's shown throughout the entire day. Absolute perfection to close it out. He puts a definitive end to this series. He looked far too comfortable on Italy today, really just putting on a clinic and reminding everyone why he's at the top. Phantom owns a huge lead in their historical head-to-head, having won a vast majority of their previous encounters. It makes that early round loss even more surprising given how comfortably he usually handles this matchup. Phantom's pulling away now, leading 2-1. He's putting his top spot on the ladder on full display. We're completely deadlocked now, and the momentum is swinging back and forth every single round. Havoc's snatched the lead, putting him up 3-2. Definitely wasn't expecting this from the world number 1. And we're back to a total deadlock at 3-all. His recent dominance in the league is starting to show through. Phantom is starting to put some pressure on, quickly netting 2 in a row to take control. He's simply on another level right now, taking a huge 3-round surge for himself. This is shaping up like a mirror of their last meeting. Phantom continues his charge, picking him off the ramp to take a commanding 3-round lead. His current form reflects that massive 28-7 run from the last day. Unreal. That's 5 straight for the top seed, and he's just completely taking over this match. He's comfortably handling the pressure today. Absolutely crushing it now, extending that run to 6 straight. He's looking absolutely flawless in this top seed performance. Phantom heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. Well, he's completely running away with this one, just like the ranking suggested. It's hard to see how a Havoc recovers from this deficit. Havoc's overall win rate of 49% suggests he is far more resilient than his recent results imply. It's promising to see him fighting back after a tough start to the day. He just needs to keep this momentum rolling if he wants to make this close. The pace is just lightning fast right now. He's making these looks effortless. The top seed is really asserting himself as the better player. Phantom secures the kill from the Tetris, moving himself to match point. He's just continuing to play the role of the favorite here. Havoc manages to clear him off the ramp to delay the inevitable. It's a gritty effort to stay in this contest. Incredible! He barely edges this out, managing to stay alive by the skin of his teeth. That's an unbelievable display of composure from him. He's refusing to go down, securing another one to keep this surge alive. The pressure is starting to mount for the top seed now. And there it is. Phantom shuts the door with a clean finish to take the series. He just simply had too much for the other guy today. That 7-round run practically decided the whole thing. Catalyst has been historically dominant, winning 69% of their career encounters. It's worth noting that he also shut down Havoc in their most recent meeting. We'll see if he can regain that control today. He's simply on another level right now, storming to a 3-round lead. He puts a stop to that run, picking Havoc right off the ramp. He's reminding us why he entered this as the favorite. Another huge round for Catalyst, securing the kill from the ramp to cut the lead to 1. The pressure is definitely mounting for the early leader. Havoc holds a firm 2-round cushion as we reset. He's really turning the tide, despite those recent struggles. That was a chaotic scramble, but he manages to close the gap to just 1. A really clean trade of momentum between these two. Neither one of them is giving an inch tonight. He's absolutely on fire, utilizing the ramp to secure his 3rd consecutive win. The early advantage is shifting completely in the favorite's favor. A hard-fought battle that ends with the series back on even ground at 5-all. The lower-ranked competitor is making a serious stand. Havoc reads the play perfectly, catching him right as he pushed from the ramp. He's really fighting against those heavy historical odds today. We've got a dead heat at 6-all. You know, it's quite a turnaround for Havoc, as he's completely erased the gap that usually exists between these two. Both players are playing with total confidence right now. Let's see who finds their groove first. Catalyst refuses to back down, shutting him down right off the ramp to take the lead. A very consistent performance from the higher-seeded player tonight. He earns another quick round from the box, keeping his lead strong. The higher seed is firmly back in the driver's seat. Absolutely untouchable right now. He just walked through that encounter to secure another victory. A quick response from Havoc, proving he can still hold his own in this series. A quick flick to keep things interesting. He's continuing this push, refusing to let the game slip away. The lead is narrowing as we head toward the finish. Catalyst puts him down off the ramp, showing some impressive grit as he continues to close the gap. A swift response to put the pressure right back on. He's showing incredible resolve, digging deep to put himself just 2 rounds away from victory. He's clearly found his 2nd win in this closing stretch. He just shreds through the defense, picking him off the ramp to move 1 step closer to the finish. And there it is. Catalyst closes the door, completing a huge comeback to take the whole match. He really manages to keep his cool throughout the map, proving once again that he's just the better man in this rivalry. Phantom has an impressive 69% win rate on this map. It's clear that his comfort here is a major factor. Catalyst is traditionally the favorite in their matchups, but the early momentum is definitely on the side of the top seed. Phantom is just playing a different game right now, claiming that ramp for a strong start. The number 1 seed is asserting total control here. We've got a deadlock now. Both players sitting at 2. He's certainly proving to be a tough out tonight. Phantom holds a slim lead at 3-2. He's definitely riding a wave after the dominant series against Havoc. The pace has picked up significantly, as these last 2 encounters have been settled almost instantly. That was a chaotic scramble, but Phantom managed to outdo him right there on the ramp. A really solid run for the top seed lately. Phantom is currently sitting on a massive 28-7 record over the last day. So yeah, that indicates he's in a completely different gear right now. It's becoming very difficult for Catalyst to find any answer for that level of confidence. We're all squared up at 5 apiece now. Looking like a real battle of wills between these two. Phantom takes it from the ramp to get back on top. Expected dominance for the ladder leader though. He's had to fight for it. We've got a dead heat at 6-all. I mean, Catalyst was expected to run away with this one. He's really having to dig deep to stay level with the top seed in this series. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst finally edges ahead by a single round. Looking at the head-to-head totals, the history here is incredibly close. Catalyst is pulling away now, leading 8-6. A clean and efficient triple round push. Phantom has effectively stalled that momentum shift and narrowed the gap to just 1 round. What a scramble! He manages to dig deep and scrape through that brawl with a tiny bit of health left. He's certainly holding his ground against the top-rated player. Phantom is really fighting back now, using that high ground on the ramp to keep the score tight. This looks exactly like that one-sided clash they had on Italy. Unreal. He barely survives that firefight to bring the score level at 9-all. He's really making a case for that top spot on the ladder. He just takes Catalyst right off the ramp to keep this run going. It's becoming a very difficult afternoon for the 5th ranked player. A quick response from Catalyst, putting this series right back on even ground. His overall head-to-head record is slightly better though. This is turning into a real nail-biter as we head into the final stretch. Phantom seems to be in total sync with the flow of the game. He just barely outlasted the exchange to put himself 1 step away from victory. It's becoming clear why the odds lean so heavily toward him. And that's it. Phantom seals the deal with a fast exchange to close out the entire series. Catalyst really pushed him to the limit, but that final sequence was just too much. A huge effort from the 5th seed. What a match! Phantom holds a massive historical advantage with over 1,000 wins against Havoc in their head-to-head matchups. It's clear that the psychological edge is already on his side. We just have to see if Havoc can actually shake this slump. He's just too fast, erasing his opponent in less than a second. A fierce exchange, but he's simply outlasting his opponent to extend his lead. Havoc manages to get the upper hand here to get back on the board. He is really fighting for a tough stretch in the books. Phantom is just dominating with a commanding 5-1 lead. The top dog is definitely making his presence felt today. Phantom has really been dominating today, putting up a strong 28-7 record across his recent matches. That's exactly why he's sitting at the top of our rating right now. It will be interesting to see if Havoc can keep this small momentum shift going. Havoc is using that elevation on the ramp well, picking up another round to keep things competitive. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that fight, hanging on for dear life to secure the round. The world number 1 looks like he's firmly in control. Phantom is really cruising with an 8-3 lead. He's been in a rough spot lately, with a recent slump through his last 10. Phantom takes a big 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, we're seeing a total repeat of the historical head-to-head trends. He's simply outplaying Havoc in every exchange right now. Time for a total reset. Phantom is just relentless, now sitting on a 10-3 lead. A really tough day for the 7th seed so far. The pace of these exchanges is just lightning fast. Phantom is ending these rounds almost immediately. Havoc is definitely making things a bit more interesting, but he's still got a huge climb ahead of him. Havoc is starting to mount a real challenge here, pulling a few rounds in a row to close that gap. Unbelievable. He survives the heaviest of fights to keep this streak rolling. He's really digging deep to overcome that massive rating deficit. And another one, that's 4 straight for the underdog, who is now on absolute fire. Phantom puts a swift stop to that rally and is now just 1 step away from victory. Havoc manages to scrape out another win, keeping his hopes alive for now. The underdog is certainly refusing to go down quietly. What a fight! He survives by a hair to keep this comeback effort alive. He is really hanging on by a thread tonight. He's simply refusing to give up, holding his ground to keep this rally going. He's absolutely on a tear now, barely breaking a sweat to keep this incredible momentum going. What a close-in shot! Phantom shut the door on that comeback and secures the series. Havoc really pushed the world number 1 to the brink there, but he just couldn't close the gap. He fought until the very end. What a match. Catalyst is starting this one strong, coming right for Havoc on that ramp. Catalyst is just too fast right now, catching Havoc completely open at the window. He is simply untouchable right now, taking a huge 3-round lead. The head-to-head records definitely favor this side. He's just completely in control, shutting things down from the wine box. He's looked far more comfortable in their head-to-head throughout the day. He's just not letting up, erasing Havoc right off that ramp to make it 5 straight. He's simply proving too strong for the number 8 seed right now. Both players traded heavy shots, but he manages to survive that firefight and move to a commanding lead. Finally, a breakthrough for Havoc, securing a quick kill from the ramp. He's really fighting to shake off that tough start to the day. Catalyst has won a staggering 69% of their lifetime encounters. It's clear that historical ownership is continuing to play a huge role in this match. We're seeing a really frustrating pattern for Havoc right now. Catalyst is not letting any room for error, putting Havoc down even while he was playing from the planks. A tough run of form for the 8th seed today. Unreal, Havoc claws back a victory there, surviving with just a sliver of health. He's clearly trying to shake off a dismal run of form today. Catalyst holds a solid 8-4 lead. Things are playing out exactly as the analysts expected. Havoc is clearly struggling to keep up with the pace as we head into the second half. Time for Havoc to wake up. Havoc makes a quick move to clear the window, and now he's really putting the pressure on Catalyst. He's looking to finally break a brutal 6-game skid. He simply isn't letting up, catching Catalyst right off the ramp for another one. A surprising shift for the heavy hitter. Havoc has a 10-26 record over the last day. He's definitely carrying a lot of weight into this match. It makes his recent surge even more impressive, considering how tough this entire stretch has been for him. He wipes the floor with him from the ramp, keeping this comeback alive. He's starting to look like a completely different player. Catalyst puts an end to that streak by picking him off the ramp. He's generally been a safer bet in this matchup. He catches his opponent right off the ramp, continuing this impressive charge back into the game. He's refusing to go away quietly now. Catalyst is quickly recapturing his lead and slowing down this momentum shift. He's currently sitting just a few spots above him in our rating. Havoc holds his ground from the ramp to keep this momentum shift alive. The gap between them is closing fast as we hit the home stretch. Catalyst shuts things down from the ramp to put himself on match point. He's really playing the part of the favorite right now. He keeps fighting, taking Catalyst down from the ramp to keep this dream alive. A huge momentum stopping play there to stay in the fight. Unbelievable. He forces the tie with another win from the ramp, sending this clash into overtime. He just would not go down, surviving a brutal exchange to take a 13-12 lead. Just an absolute powerhouse performance to secure the lead. Catalyst answers back immediately, leveling the score up to 13-13. The top 5 seed is showing his resilience here. Catalyst gets the better of him in a head-on clash on the ramp. He really has the psychological edge in this series. Those were some incredibly fast exchanges. Havoc answers with a fast blow to stay alive in this series. Another huge burst from Havoc, securing a dead-even score in this wild overtime. This is an absolute deadlock now. Catalyst edges ahead, taking a thin 1-point lead. Catalyst reclaimed the lead, moving ahead 17-15. Havoc is breathing down his neck at 16-17. Neither of these two is willing to blink first. We are back to a dead heat at 17 all. The underdogs are showing incredible grit tonight. Catalyst just barely pulls ahead, holding an 18-17 edge. Tense exchanges from both of them on this one. Catalyst pushes back hard, extending his grip to 19-17. He barely clung on after that massive rally, but he's still the king of this matchup. Havoc really pushed him to the limit in overtime. What a battle. Phantom is coming into this as the #1 player on our ladder, and he has a strong historical lead over Catalyst. He's showing a lot of confidence today after a dominant 29-6 run over the last day. We just need to see if he can translate that momentum into a lead here. Catalyst is just on another level right now, taking a commanding early lead. He's definitely not playing like the 5th seed right now. He's simply too fast, extending the lead to 4-0. It's quite a shift from that 13-10 finish they had earlier. Phantom finally gets around on the board and closes the gap slightly. He definitely has the edge over the long haul. He's continuing this charge, staying aggressive to chip away at that deficit. The pressure is starting to shift back to the underdog. Absolutely effortless. He has completely seized control of this series. Incredible turnaround. He's clawed his way back to tie things up at 4-4. Exactly what we expected from the favorite in this match. Catalyst regains the advantage, edging ahead 5-4. It's a tough stretch for the world #1. Looking at the long-term data, Phantom usually holds the edge with those 746 head-to-head wins, and yet we're seeing a completely different story today. It's a weird contrast, because he usually controls the pace against Catalyst, but now he's the one fighting from behind. We've got a score of 8-4 in favor of Catalyst heading into the break. This lines up perfectly with the predictions for today. He's firmly in the driver's seat right now. Time for a reset. Catalyst still holds a healthy 3-round cushion over Phantom. This looks like a mirror of their last clash on Mappas. Catalyst is still running away with this, leading 9-5. He's really shaking off that loss from their earlier encounter. Wow, a complete brawl that came down to the wire, but Catalyst manages to scrap through with practically nothing left. He's making the most of every single sliver of health. He's simply untouchable right now, shutting the door on any hope of a comeback. Another huge point for Catalyst as he finds the kill on the Wine, putting him just one more away from the victory. And there it is, he closes the door with absolute precision to take the entire series. A huge statement from the 5th seed to shut down the top player in the world today. Phantom is the top-rated player in the league, while Havoc is currently sitting in the top quartile. It's definitely a huge gap in skill on paper, but the score isn't reflecting that just yet. I wonder if Havoc is really starting to close that distance today. Phantom keeps a slender lead as we head back. He's looking extremely sharp after a rough loss to Catalyst. It's a total deadlock right now. Every single round has been a rapid-fire trade-off. A huge mental swing for the number 8 seed right now. Phantom just needs one more to secure his lead. That's a huge contrast to the 926 he's put up today. We've reached a complete stalemate at 3 apiece. Neither one is letting the other breathe for a second. Phantom is just consistently outdueling him right now, maintaining that narrow lead. He really is the undisputed king of the hill right now. We are locked in a dead heat at 4 apiece. This is surprising considering their head-to-head record is so one-sided. Phantom really capitalized on that high ground, just outreacting him completely from the box. It's a glimpse of that historically dominant head-to-head. Phantom has consistently outperformed his opponent in their head-to-head history, taking a huge share of those matches. I mean, those historical patterns are starting to resurface as he pulls away. Again, Havoc really needs to break this momentum shift immediately. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, Havoc is playing above his usual level here. Despite the massive rating gap between these two, it's a complete toss-up going into the second half. New sides. Let's see who takes it. Havoc surges ahead, taking a daring one-round lead. This is quite a turnaround from their last meeting today. Havoc is really cooking, pushing it to 8-6 now. Another one, he's firmly in control now, taking a substantial 3-round lead. The number 1 seed is looking completely lost right now. Absolutely wild exchange. He almost didn't make it out of that one, but he claws through for another point. A swift response here to halt that momentum. A completely effortless shot to put him in control again. He's starting to look like the favorite again. The momentum is sticking with Havoc now, putting his opponent in a really tough spot. It's a complete reversal of the usual outcome for these two. A total shutdown from the favorite, showing some real grit as he continues this rally. Total slugfest of a round, but the top seed edges it out to maintain this comeback. A solid sequence of rounds for the favorite to keep things tight. What a frantic scramble. He barely survives that disaster of a trade to put himself on match point. Unbelievable! He closes it out with a flawless final burst to secure the victory. Just a massive statement from the underdog. He's finally broken the curse against the top seed today. What a result! Catalyst holds a commanding advantage in the head-to-head record with 912 wins overall, and honestly those numbers should be weighing heavily on this server. Havoc has struggled for consistency today, so he'll need to stay focused if he wants to flip the script here. Havoc's really surging now with a 2-1 lead. The 5th ranked player on the ladder will want to respond quickly. The early rounds are proving to be a total toss-up, with both players trading blows so far. A very tight start for these two. Unbelievable. He barely survives that slugfest, clawing back a lead in the most desperate way possible. He really seems to have his number lately. Catalyst shuts him down off the ramp, securing a 3rd straight victory. Another flawless exchange for Catalyst, simply picking him off the ramp to extend his run. Havoc responds with a quick snap, showing some real grit to shake off that losing streak. He's starting to prove why he can hang with the top seeds. He is refusing to back down, continuing his push to close the gap. The slight favorite is starting to feel the pressure now. Havoc has struggled quite a bit today, going 10-26 in his last several matches. It's clear that the momentum is shifting, but he's still fighting to stay in this. We'll see if he can actually close this gap. He's putting up a serious fight, staying aggressive to keep the score close as we head toward the switch. A very quick exchange that keeps this series dead even. We're all tied up at 6-6, and honestly Havoc is fighting back much harder than expected. He's showing he can hold his own against a higher seed, and it looks like we're in for a real scrap in the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst edges ahead by 1 as we start round 13. He's got a massive all-time win rate advantage to fall back on. Absolutely effortless. He has completely erased that deficit and forced a dead heat at 7-all. Catalyst recaptures the lead, putting Havoc on the defensive. What a bloody fight, but he manages to outlast his opponent to bring the score level. Neither of them is giving an inch in this series. He secures another win from the ramp, continuing his impressive charge back into this series. The favorite is really feeling the heat right now. Pure speed from Havoc as he claims another effortless win to stay hot. He just completely flipped the script on this server. A messy scramble here, but he manages to outlast the opposition to keep the deficit small. Catalyst is just too fast today, taking control again from that ramp position. A huge mental boost for the higher seeded player here. He's showing incredible heart, shutting down the encounter instantly to pull ahead by 1. What an absolute nail-biter. He barely survives that slugfest, managing to drag himself away from the ramp with least of his health remaining. That was way too close for comfort. Havoc is simply refusing to crumble, moving just 1 point away from a huge victory. Unbelievable! Havoc closes it out with a perfect shot to complete this incredible comeback. He's finally broken that long losing streak against the top seed, shaking off a rough day to pull this off. What a turnaround! Phantom is currently on a hot streak with 26-8 over the last day. It's an impressive run of form considering he's typically the one expected to win these bouts. Now he just needs to prove he can maintain that focus across the whole set. He's completely taking over this map. 3 straight rounds for the lead. The gap is widening fast as he extends this a perfect run to start the game. His top rank on the ladder is on full display. Catalyst finally finds a way to answer back, shutting down the momentum. A bit of payback for that rough loss on Italy. B. He's really digging in now, putting on a strong showing to close the gap. The underdog is definitely starting to push back. Phantom has historically won about 54% of their encounters. Look, it's interesting, because Catalyst had the upper hand in their most recent head-to-head. So he's likely playing with a lot of confidence right now. We just have to see if that mental edge can hold up over the long haul. Phantom still holds a healthy 3-round cushion here. The second highest ranked player in the room is making his presence felt. He's refusing to go away, grabbing another win to chip away at that lead. He's putting some real pressure on that lead now. He's absolutely on fire right now, walking away from this exchange without taking a single point of damage. We head into the break with Phantom leading 7-5. I mean, this is a huge shift from what we expected going in. The underdog is fighting off the pressure and keeping a slim lead for now. Time for a fresh start. Phantom pulls ahead again to make it 8-5. Just an absolute clinic from the top seed right here. Phantom secures another, now sitting comfortably at 9-5. He is definitely looking to avenge that loss from Italy P. He just completely dismantled that defense, picking up his 3rd consecutive win in a blink. Catalyst manages to hold that momentum and get back in the fight. It's been a tough day so far for him with a 16-20 record. Unbelievable! He claws back a victory there, barely escaping with his life after a chaotic brawl. That was a heart-stopping finish to see. Phantom is really pulling away from the chaos now and looks poised to close this out. His overall map win rate puts him in a great position here. And he's back in control, putting the pressure right back on Catalyst. A quick response from Catalyst to keep the fight alive. He needs to find another gear if he wants to stay in this. What a finish! He secures the final point with total precision to seal the victory. He just could not find an answer for that speed. A solid way to bounce back and secure the win. Phantom really owns the historical head-to-head here with over 1,000 total wins. It's definitely not surprising to see him take the early lead given how much he's been winning lately. This is a tough spot for Havoc to climb out of. Phantom looks just too sharp from that toolbox, keeping the pressure on here. He's been on fire lately with that 27-8 record today. Havoc is really making him work for it, taking a nice advantage from those planks to even things up. He's certainly fighting a tough uphill battle against the top-rated player. Phantom holds a slim lead at 3-2 right now. The top seed is starting to exert his will here. Phantom is distancing himself, now leading 4-2. He's absolutely commanding the map right now, taking another clean one from the toolbox. Unbelievable, he's just completely taken over the map now. The number 1 seed is putting on a real clinic. Havoc answers back with a sharp sequence to stop that slide. It's worth noting he's coming off a strong 13-11 victory earlier today. That was a fierce exchange, but he manages to survive the scrap and keep the momentum swinging. The underdogs are refusing to go away quietly. Phantom just shuts that down quickly, picking him right off the planks to keep his grip on the game. He certainly looks the part of the league leader right now. We're looking at 8-4 in favor of Phantom. I mean, the high seed is playing exactly how the numbers predicted he would. He's keeping his composure and holding a solid lead as we swap sides. Time to see if Havoc adjusts. Phantom keeps his focus, effortlessly picking Havoc right off the ramp for another fast win. He's really cementing that top seed status today. Havoc has a 10-25 record over the last day. You know he's certainly dealing with a rough stretch of form compared to his usual high standard. It makes this current deficit feel even more steep as he tries to keep pace with the league leader. Phantom's just cruising now with a dominant 10-5. He is definitely a threat despite that rating gap. What a crazy clash! Both players fought for that high ground at the same time and Phantom came out on top. Just an incredibly quick read to seize that round. Havoc is really hanging in there, refusing to let the gap widen too far as we head into the final stretch. A lightning fast shot puts the league leader just one step away from victory. Absolute precision on that closing shot. And there it is! A clean final blow secures the series for Phantom. He's just simply on another level right now, moving straight into the win column with a very convincing performance. Catalyst has dominated this pairing with a 69% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a psychological edge that often translates into a huge advantage in these kinds of short series. I wonder if Havoc can shake that feeling of defeat. Wow, a total scramble that nearly went the other way, but he manages to knock him off the Tetris. He manages to pick him off the ramp, showing some real grit here. Still looks like he's the one to beat for now. Catalyst is just running away with this, leading 4-1. The favorite is putting on a clinic so far. Havoc is showing some serious resolve, picking his opponent off the Tetris with a perfect shot. The pressure is starting to build on the favorite. Absolutely lightning fast reflexes. He's now claimed 2 in a row, clawing back into this set. Havoc has had a tough day, going 10-26 in his last few outings. So yeah, it's clear he's fighting an uphill battle with his confidence right now. He needs a strong response here to keep his hopes alive. Catalyst still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion here. His recent clashes with Phantom haven't been nearly as clean as this. Unreal. He barely clings to life with a sliver of health to shut this down from the ramp. That's the top 5 clash we were hoping for. Another fast exchange and he walks away completely unscathed heading into the break. A high stakes battle between the 5th and 6th seeds. Catalyst takes a nice 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, it's basically exactly what we predicted. He's leaning on that 65% map win rate to keep Havoc at arm's length. Time to swap sides. Havoc manages to hold the high ground here and trade that shot back. The rank 6 player is really stepping up his game here. He holds the Tetris again, showing real persistence to close the gap to 6-8. The tide is shifting in a way we didn't expect. The momentum is shifting rapidly as he secures his 3rd straight round to close the gap. Unbelievable. He is completely on fire now, leveling the score with an incredible comeback charge. He's just untouchable right now, taking a commanding lead as this surge continues. The roles have completely flipped since this set started. What a fight! Catalyst manages to push him off the Tetris in a total scramble to tie this up. Another nerve-wracking fight that saw him barely walk away. Catalyst barely holds the lead at 10-9. He seems to be shaking off that loss from their Mappas clash. He just completely dismantled Catalyst from the Tetris to bring this series all the way back to a deadlock. He manages to outlast the exchange, reclaiming the lead as he keeps his foot on the gas. The underdog has completely flipped the script on the series. Simply untouchable right now as he secures another rapid victory to reach match point. What a finale! He survives a brutal fight to storm back and take the series. He's really putting that historic head-to-head record in the rearview mirror right now. He's found his confidence at the perfect time. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the Dunes. Let's get started with this match between Phantom and Catalyst. Phantom comes into this as the overall league leader, but a look at their head-to-head history shows an interesting dynamic. Catalyst has actually won 4 of their last 5 matchups. It will be fascinating to see if that historical dominance can offset Phantom's current momentum. He absolutely dismantles the opposition from the box to push the lead to 3-0. Simply untouchable right now. He's just completely outclassed his opponent to open a huge gap. Catalyst responds quickly to bring the score to 4-1. A nice bit of confidence for someone fighting an uphill climb right now. He's simply refusing to go away, picking up another quick one to keep this fight alive. The heavy favorite is starting to look a bit vulnerable. Phantom has put together an impressive 27-7 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this set. He's really capitalizing on his form to keep Catalyst from building any real speed. Phantom's firmly in control with a commanding 6-3 lead. Still a tough mountain to climb given his recent struggles today. The speed of these exchanges is just breathtaking. These guys are ending rounds in barely a second. Phantom is just running away with this, leading 8-3. The number 1 rated player in the league is looking completely comfortable. Phantom goes into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, it's a total reversal of the expectations here. Catalyst is looking completely lost, while Phantom looks like he's in a different league today. Time for the sides to switch. Phantom is practically coasting with a 10-3 lead. A huge contrast to the 16-20 record he's posted today. Unreal, Catalyst survives by the skin of his teeth after a chaotic exchange. A huge grind for a player who's normally in the top 5. Catalyst is making a stand, securing another high spot on the map to keep this rally going. Catalyst is on fire, effortlessly picking him off the box to secure another round. It's a tough spot for the league's number 1 seed. He is simply on another level right now, keeping the charge going for a 4th straight. He's really putting that top 5 rating to use here. What a fight! Both players were nearly depleted, but he claws out a victory from the chaos. The head-to-head. Numbers certainly favor him in a long-term series. He shuts down that little rally with a clean shot, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. The disparity in their current forms is just startling. Incredible. He finishes the fight right here to take the match. He's just putting on a clinic today, effectively snapping Catalyst's losing streak in the most brutal way possible. Phantom has a massive lifetime lead with over 1000 wins against Havoc. It's a heavy advantage that we've seen hold up in most of their head-to-head meetings. The real question is if Havoc can find a way to disrupt that historical trend today. Unbelievable! He almost went down, but somehow clears him off the wine to make it 3-0. He just won't stop dragging Phantom right off the wine to put up a huge 4-0 lead. Phantom finally answers back, putting a stop to that early surge. The world number 1 is starting to wake up. He's really digging in now, securing another effortless win to chip away at the lead. Phantom has looked practically untouchable in the last 24 hours with 28 wins. And honestly, it makes this scoreline even more surprising. We are seeing the best player in our rating system fall behind, but he will need to adjust quickly to close this gap. Havoc is dominating the pace, firmly leading 6-3. It's a complete flip from their recent clash on fast aim. That was an incredibly swift response, showing real grit to stay in this game. Havoc is just relentless, pulling ahead to a 7-4 lead. The higher rated man is looking very vulnerable right now. Havoc holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, he is playing way above his rank right now. He is firmly in the driver's seat despite entering this series as the clear underdog. Time for a reset. That was a complete shutdown, and he's refusing to let this game slip away. The favorite is finally starting to push back. He secures another clean victory from the wine to level the score. We finally hit a complete deadlock in this series. Absolutely effortless, he is just refusing to let up as the momentum swings entirely in his favor. He's back in control, taking the lead for a moment as we're now deadlocked at 8-8. Havoc pounces on the lead, moving ahead 9-8. Quite a change of pace from their previous meeting. A pristine shot to bring the series completely level at 9-9. The gap in their rankings is practically non-existent right now. Havoc claws back the advantage to lead 10-9. He's really challenging that world number 1 status right now. He's really putting the pressure on now, just 2 more and this is over. He's really making a statement today, despite those career head-to-head numbers. He stays composed, shutting down the exchange and keeping the deficit to just 1. He's keeping the pressure high in this closing stretch. A total shutdown from below, erasing that advantage to bring things level at 11-11. The pressure is skyrocketing now with everything squared up. A blistering shot to put himself on the verge of victory. The odds are finally aligning with the skill gap. What a finish! Phantom secures the final round and storms back to take the victory. He really pushed the world number 1 to the edge today, but he just couldn't close it out. He had to work for that. Catalyst has the definitive upper hand in the long run, winning 69% of their head-to-head encounters. It's a massive mental advantage to have over Havoc. Let's see if that historical dominance translates into a lead today. Catalyst is comfortably ahead, holding a 2-1 lead. Catalyst is putting a lot of pressure on the early stages of this set. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly so far. Havoc is fighting back, trailing Catalyst by just 1. Both players are sitting at an identical win rate on this map. Catalyst just extended the gap to 4-2. Both of these guys are currently struggling with some tough loss streaks today. Catalyst is just too sharp right now, catching Havoc as he tried to play from the ramp. He's really asserting himself as the higher ranked player here. That was an effortless exchange as he refuses to let his opponent slide away with this series. Catalyst has been really struggling to put together a cohesive run lately. Coming in with a 14-21 record over the last day, seeing him control the pace like this shows he's finally shaking off those earlier mistakes. He's looking very poised as he pushes deeper into the lead. Another fast hand from Havoc to cut that lead down to a single round before the break. Catalyst holds a 7-5 advantage heading into the break. I guess we are seeing exactly what we expected from the higher seed. He's keeping a steady grip on this set so far. Time for a fresh start. Catalyst has a real head of steam now, having completely shut down that attempt from the ramp. The two top 10 players are really fighting for every single inch. Catalyst is just dominating, now sitting on a 4-round cushion. Havoc catches him on the ramp and puts a stop to that run of rounds. Coming off a tough stretch, the number 6 seed is starting to find some answers. He's showing a lot of grit, wiping the floor with his opponent to keep this comeback rolling. He simply refuses to back down, taking yet another one to pull within a single round. A lightning fast response to hold that momentum and regain a 2-round lead. Havoc is really starting to feel the weight of those last 2 rounds. He needs a reset quickly. The number 5 seed is really locking in. A totally clean shot for Havoc to keep the pressure on. He's really starting to close that gap despite the odds. A sheer display of speed from Catalyst, placing him just a single round away from victory. He just can't shake this tenacity from Havoc, who stays incredibly sharp to keep the dream alive. The tension is absolutely peaking right now. What a freakish level of poise. He refuses to crack, surviving another round to stay in the game. The favorite is certainly feeling the heat now. What a closing shot! Catalyst secures the victory with absolute authority. Havoc really pushed him to the absolute limit here, but the experience eventually told. What a fight! Phantom is currently looking very strong with a 28-6 record today. He's carrying an immense amount of momentum into this series. The real question is how Catalyst plans to neutralize that pressure after dropping their last head-to-head. Unreal. That was an absolute war of attrition, but Catalyst claws out the victory and his streak hits 3. A tough start for the top seed. And there it is. Phantom secures the win from the ramp to keep himself in this. The high expectations for the favorite are starting to make sense. Phantom puts a clean stop to the run, flicking Catalyst right off the ramp. The gap in the rankings is starting to show. He just wiped the slate clean from the ramp, leveling the score at 3-3. Total shift in energy from where we started this match. He just keeps rolling, taking control from the ramp to officially take the lead. The pressure is starting to mount for the underdog. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, extending that streak to 5. He's completely dismantling the lower seeded player right now. Catalyst digs deep to trade out of that encounter and secure a round. A critical stop for the 5th highest rated player on the server. Phantom holds the ramp and refuses to let this momentum slip away. He's really finding his feet now after that narrow loss in round 9. Phantom holds a narrow edge heading into round 11. He's trying to erase that loss from earlier on the dunes. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the half. I mean, this is exactly what we feared for the favorite. Despite Catalyst having the map history edge, Phantom is simply too sharp right now. Let's see if Catalyst can reset. He strikes again from the ramp, showing real grit to keep this run alive. A very commanding display from the higher seed tonight. What a statement! He just stepped up and shut everything down without taking a single point of damage. A tough duel from the ramp, but he manages to survive the trade to keep his momentum climbing. He's simply refusing to let the underdog get any traction. Phantom is just too precise, catching him right off the ramp to extend his lead. The difference in raw consistency is becoming an issue here. He's simply not letting up, putting together another huge push from the ramp. His recent form today is simply mirroring those high seeds. He's simply unstoppable right now, walking away completely unscathed as he pushes for the finish. Expectations are being met in a big way here. A huge stand by Catalyst to break the streak and keep this series alive. The lower seed is finally showing some fight. Game over! He closes it out and secures the victory. He's just in an unbelievable flow state right now, making it look easy even against one of the best in the world. Phantom is sitting at a 29-6 record over the last day, and that momentum has historically translated well against this opponent. He's clearly the favorite here, but Havoc will want to prove that he can close the gap today. We're all squared up now. Havoc has fought back. Our top-rated guy is finally showing his class. Havoc's on a roll, leading 2-1. He's putting up a fight despite those recent tough losses. The reactions are just lightning fast right now. These rounds are ending in the blink of an eye. Havoc is just dominating right now, pushing to 3-2. He's showing a lot of grit considering those recent tough losses. Phantom answers back, leaving us tied at 3 apiece. Both of them are playing with everything on the line today. Havoc is starting to peel away from the pack, putting a significant amount of pressure on the top seed. Phantom's 63% historical win rate on this map makes him a clear favorite. It's a bit shocking to see him struggle as he is right now. He needs to figure out a way to slow this momentum down. Havoc is really capitalizing on the ramp position to hold on to this lead. It's a huge mental victory for the 6th ranked player here. Havoc holds a slim edge, moving into a 6-5 lead. The top seed is finally finding some steady footing here. We're all tied up at 6 apiece going into the break. I mean, Havoc is absolutely refusing to be intimidated by the #1 player in the world right now. It's a complete deadlock. Let's see who blinks first. Havoc takes another one to push his lead to 7. It's an uphill battle considering his recent 10-game stretch. And Phantom close back to bring us back to a 7-7 stalemate. He's looking much more like the world #1 right now. Phantom is really starting to pull away here. He's simply not letting this slip. His recent consistency over the last few matches is on full display. 8 rounds apiece, and this is just heating up. He's shaking off that tough loss to Catalyst from earlier today. Phantom regains the lead, putting him just 1 step ahead. Phantom is putting on a real clinic here, extending his lead to 2 rounds as he keeps the pressure high. Phantom just edges ahead, holding a thin 1-round lead. He's really fighting the tide after that rough 10-26 stretch today. Phantom has a really tight grip on this series now, refusing to let Havoc get any closer. He's definitely playing to his #1 rank now. It's practically a coin flip at this stage, with both players trading rounds back and forth. Just a couple of rounds separate them from a conclusion. Havoc is putting on a serious show, forcing this whole series into a dead heat. Havoc is on fire, shutting everything down from the Tetris as he moves to 12. The underdog is truly putting the world's best under a microscope right now. What an answer! That lightning fast reaction forces us straight into a tiebreaker. Total chaos at the top of the leaderboard. Phantom has a real stranglehold on this momentum now, putting the pressure right back on Havoc. He's firmly in control of this lifetime head-to-head matchup. Phantom is completely unstoppable right now, shutting down that challenge from the ramp. A huge mental shift as the top seed takes full control. Another effortless takedown by Phantom, and he is now just a single round away from victory. The world's top seed has finally found his gear. What a fight! Phantom barely hangs on with a sliver of health to close out the series. Havok really pushed him to the brink there, but he just couldn't seal the deal in that clutch. What a fight! Catalyst has typically dominated this rivalry, winning nearly 70% of their lifetime encounters. It's surprising to see Havok take the opening map given that history. We'll see if he can actually break that cycle today. Pure chaos on those platforms, but Catalyst reacted just a fraction faster to secure the round. Deadlock at 2 apiece as Havok fights back. He looks quite comfortable after that 13-11 victory in their most recent meeting. That is completely one-sided. He just keeps stacking these rounds up. It's a rough stretch for a top 10 player. A swift response from Havok to level things up. Hard to tell who has the upper hand right now. Havok edges ahead, taking a slim 1-round lead. He's simply too strong right now, putting a huge gap between himself and his opponent. A complete flip from his recent form on other maps. A sharp turn from the opponent, taking the round without taking any damage. The top 5 player in the world is starting to look lethal. Havok has struggled mightily today, going 10-26 in the last 24 hours. But the way he is playing now shows he is not letting that poor form weigh him down. It will be interesting to see if this confidence lasts through the half. Havok holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. He is definitely making the most of his 56% map win rate here. He's pushing the pace and Catalyst has his work cut out for him on the return. Time for a fresh start. Havoc keeps the pressure on, picking him right off the box to extend his lead. The 5th ranked player in the league needs to find an answer fast. A quick reflex play to knock Havoc off the box as Catalyst keeps digging in. A clean response to keep the game within reach. Another huge moment as he holds the box, showing incredible grit to keep this series alive. He's completely flipped the script, erasing the deficit to bring us back to a dead-even score. He is just untouchable right now, surging forward to claim a 4-round streak. He shuts the door on that momentum shift, bringing the score back to a stalemate. He stays aggressive and puts Havoc right back on the ground by picking him off that box. He's really asserting himself as the favorite in the later stages. We are back at the deadlock with both at 10. He's really proving he can trade blows with the number 5 seed. He's showing incredible poise, staying calm under pressure to claw back into this series. It's a real battle between these two today. He's absolutely on fire now, claiming another fast win to reach match point. What a finish! He closes out the series in spectacular fashion to take the victory. He just couldn't find that final gear to close it out, but Havoc definitely made him sweat for every single round. He had to work for that. Phantom holds a convincing lead in the head-to-head with a 54% win rate. But he's facing someone who clearly knows how to dismantle his style. The key will be whether Catalyst can keep this momentum going after that early lead. Catalyst is firmly in control, holding a commanding 2-1 lead. Neither player can hold the lead for long. We're back to a dead heat after a series of quick trades. Phantom pulls ahead again, edging it 3-2. The world number 1 looks comfortably in control here. He is simply too fast right now, taking a 3rd consecutive round with ease. He's riding a huge wave of confidence right now. Another clean takedown, and that's 4 on the trot for the leader. It's starting to look like a repeat of their last encounter. He secures the map from the ramp, extending his streak to 5 straight. The streak finally breaks, as Catalyst gets his first round back. He'll be leaning on that recent win against Havoc for some fuel. Phantom has been in incredible form with a 28-6 record today. It's really showing in how he's controlling the tempo of this match. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Let's see if Catalyst can put up a fight as we head toward the halfway point. Phantom takes a 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is just not showing up today. Catalyst needs a total reset if he wants to stop this slide. Time to see the response. Catalyst finally claws one back to make it 9-4. It's still a tough hill to climb given the ranking gap. Catalyst manages another narrow gap, now trailing 9-5. The world's best is suddenly looking a bit vulnerable here. He's on fire. Catalyst secures another from the planks to keep this rally going. This really flips the script on the expected outcome. Phantom puts an end to that run, regaining a bit of his footing. The number 1 seed looks back to his usual self now. Catalyst is really fighting back here, taking the fight straight to Phantom while he's perched on the ramp. A surprising shift compared to their previous encounter today. Phantom is really hammering him down, easily picking him off the ramp to widen that lead. A completely untouched shot puts the favorite on match point. A lightning fast exchange to put him in the driver's seat. A sharp reaction from Catalyst to stay in this, delaying the inevitable just a bit longer. Still a mountain to climb for the underdog here. Catalyst puts on a clinic from the wine box to keep himself in the game. He's showing the same grit we saw in his victory over Zephyr. Absolute chaos for the finish. Phantom secures the final kill and closes out the series. He's just completely dominating the server today, looking like the undeniable top dog in this league. Phantom enters this map with an incredible 29-6 record over the last day. It's no surprise he looks this sharp, coming off a win against Havoc in their most recent encounter. We have to wonder if Havoc can find a way to disrupt that momentum. Phantom is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The top player on the ladder is putting on a show. We've got a dead heat here, with neither player able to string together a lead. The world number 1 is finally feeling some pressure. Havoc claws back to a narrow 3-2 advantage. That was a total shutout. He's just not letting Phantom breathe right now. He's completely erasing the historical gap in this series. He's simply too fast right now, claiming another round to extend the gap. Phantom finds his footing from the wine and puts a stop to that run. It's exactly the response we expected from the heavy favorite. He is showing some real grit here, narrowing the gap to a single round. He's completely turned the tide, claiming a third straight to level the score. The gap in their ranks is definitely starting to show. He's just completely taken over this match, securing another effortless round to firmly establish the lead. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, the number 1 seed is definitely feeling the heat here. Havoc is playing way above his usual level to keep this a dead heat going into the second half. Let's see who blinks first now. Havoc holds a slim edge at 7-6. This is a complete reversal of his usual 30% form lately. Havoc is now just 5 rounds away from victory, which is an absolute shock, given his dismal 10-26 record over the last day. He's completely shifted the narrative of this match. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pace until the finish. Phantom is showing a lot of heart here, shutting things down quickly to keep this fight alive. He's absolutely refusing to go away, striking again from the wine to keep this pressure high. A chaotic exchange, but the momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. It's an incredible fight for someone currently ranked so much lower. He's simply on fire, taking another flawless round to extend the streak to 4. The skill gap in this matchup is starting to look like a canyon. Havoc answers back immediately from the Tetris to bring us all the way back to a draw. Phantom is just too sharp, using the wine for an advantage to take another round. He's really fighting back to reclaim his status as the frontrunner. Phantom delivers a perfect shot from the wine to put himself on match point. That was an incredibly clean exchange to close out the set. What a performance! Phantom secures the final round to close it out and claim victory. He really managed to force the world number 1 to sweat it out there. That's an unbelievable push. What a fight! Catalyst has won their last 5 meetings, and that historically heavy edge usually means he knows exactly how to shut Havoc down. It's a bit surprising to see the higher rated player staring down a deficit this early. I wonder if Catalyst can settle back into that dominant pattern. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. It's essentially a toss-up on who sees who first. It's a tough stretch for the number 8 seed right now. Havoc has been struggling today, dropping nearly 75% of his matches over the last day. That lack of confidence seems to be leaking into his approach here. It'll be tough to turn the tide when he's already feeling this level of pressure. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 6-4 lead. His number 5 ranking is starting to look like a factor. Catalyst is up 7-4 going into the break. Well, this is playing out exactly as the analysts projected. He's putting that 74% map win rate to use and keeping a comfortable lead. Time to see if Havoc wakes up. Catalyst just keeps pulling away, leading 8-4. A tough way to start the second half for him. Both of them decided to fight for the same ramp, but Havoc manages to come out on top. The 8th rank is fighting for his life here. He's showing some real grit now, picking up another one to keep the pressure high. This looks a lot more like a fair fight now. He's completely on fire right now, effortlessly shutting down the opposition to keep this rally going. Catalyst quickly answers back, picking him off the ramp to reclaim his lead. It's been a rough stretch lately, with only 9 wins in his last 27. Catalyst holds a healthy free round cushion at 10-7. Coming off a rough set of results today, he's really feeling the weight. Both players traded heavy damage in a wild scrap, but Catalyst manages to scramble away with the win. He's really starting to look like that favorite we expected. He is simply too sharp right now, moving within striking distance of the victory. A sudden burst of speed from Havoc keeps the match alive for now. He just needed one clean look to prove he's still in this. He is refusing to go down quietly, securing another win to keep this fight going. And there it is. Catalyst clears him off the ramp to secure the victory. Havoc really pushed him to the limit there, but the experience just paid off in the end. He almost flipped the script. Hard-fought win. Goodness, what a scrap. Catalyst barely survives that exchange to take the first round. Absolutely insane. Phantom somehow claws back through the damage to drag his opponent off the ramp. The league's top-rated star looks ready to make a statement. Heart-stopping finish. He barely walks away from that disaster with a sliver of health left. Expectations are shifting quickly for the heavy favorite. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. A clean look at the top seed taking charge. Catalyst is really leaning into this early lead, securing another quick win from the ramp. Total deadlock now with both Phantom and Catalyst tied. Both of these players have been grinding it out all day. A chaotic exchange where both players nearly went down, but Catalyst survives the carnage. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on right now, firmly in control after that quick read from the ramp. Phantom shows why he's at the top of the rankings, cleaning up Catalyst right there on the ramp. That's a dominant way to start the day with 28 wins. Phantom has historically converted over half of his matches against his opponent. It's a massive statistical advantage. But the current scoreline shows Catalyst really shaking off his rough patch today. He's refusing to let the top seed just cruise to victory. Six, all at the break, and it's just as tense as we imagined. Catalyst is playing out of his skin to keep this level, but honestly, Phantom's 69% map win rate is starting to show through here. Clean slate for the second half. What a scramble. Phantom narrowly escapes that brutal exchange to take the lead. He's looking very composed following that high-scoring victory over Havoc. Phantom now holds a 2-round cushion as we enter 14. He's certainly putting that #1 rating to the test. He just won't let up, picking his opponent off the ramp to extend this run. He digs deep to secure this round, refusing to let the gap widen further. Expectations are high for the favorite to close this out soon. Catalyst stays aggressive, refusing to let his opponent pull away as he keeps this comeback alive. A total shutout from the ramp. He is absolutely on fire right now. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Phantom manages to secure the trade and puts himself back on top. His overall dominance in their head-to-head history is staring them right in the face. A fierce slugfest that leaves both bloodied, but Catalyst digs deep to even the score. His consistency today is just a mirror of the top series against Viper. Absolute chaos. He barely walked away from that brawl, but he managed to secure the lead. He's completely stopped the opposition in his tracks and now stands on the verge of victory. The pressure is clearly mounting for the underdog here. Unbelievable, he finishes the job with total ease to shut the door on this match. He really fought his way back into this one, but that early lead just wasn't enough to hold. What a fight! Havoc makes a quick move to start things off, catching Phantom while he was perched on the Tetris. Phantom holds a staggering 66% lead in their head-to-head history. It makes sense why he's the heavy favorite given how often he's controlled these encounters. This is definitely a match where Havoc needs to prove he can break that cycle. A total shutdown as the momentum swings fully in his direction. He's certainly playing like the top seed right now. He's simply untouchable right now, securing the win from the box to take an iron grip on this set. He just clears him off the box to put some pressure back into this set. The favorite has a cushion here, but he's starting to look human. Phantom is running away with this, leading 5-2. He's certainly mirroring the dominance he showed in their previous meeting. Havoc puts on a great show of resolve, popping the favorite right off that box. He's refusing to let this slide too easily. Phantom is in a massive flow state, winning 9 of his last 10 matches. That's a staggering run of form for the number 1 seed to bring into a series. It's making it very difficult for Havoc to find any traction here. Phantom's pulling away again with a 7-4 lead. The number 1 seed is definitely feeling some pressure now. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. Well, he's definitely playing to his ranking here. Havoc is keeping things close for now, but the world number 1 is comfortably in the driver's seat. Time for Havoc to answer back. Phantom holds a tight grip on the set, leading 8-5. That top-rated presence is really starting to show now. Phantom holds the ramp and keeps his foot on the gas, moving his lead to 4. He is really starting to lean on that huge skill gap. Phantom has a commanding 3-round lead now. He's fighting a tough hill to climb today. He's showing incredible grit, stacking up another victory to chip away at that deficit. Unreal. He scrapes through with a sliver of health to keep this surge going. He's completely shifted the energy of this duel. The momentum shift is stalled as Phantom quickly reclaims the advantage. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Everything is moving in a blur right now. Phantom catches him right on the box to seize total control of the server. The gap is just widening as the pressure builds. Havoc reacts instantly to shut the door on the ramp, keeping his hopes alive. He's refusing to go down without a fight, digging in deep to force this game to a nail-biter. What a finish! Phantom closes it out with a perfect round to secure the map. He really pushed the top seed to the limit there, nearly pulling off a massive upset. That was an incredible battle. What a fight! Catalyst starts things off strong, picking Havoc right off the ramp for a clean opening. The head-to-head record here is staggering, with Catalyst holding a massive lead over the course of 1,000 matches. He certainly looked the part in their most recent encounters. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can actually turn the tide this time. He's just totally taken over the server with 3 straight wins. And that's a quick response from Catalyst, bringing the score to 3-2. Our rank 5 player is looking to put that head-to-head edge back on display. Havoc claws back into a 2-round lead now. He's really fighting for a tough run of form today. Havoc now holds a narrow edge at 4-3. Definitely seeing that top 10 talent on display from both sides. Catalyst is starting to exert a lot of pressure now, taking complete control of the pace. The top 10 clashes, which is exactly what we expected here. Havoc maintains a slim 1-round advantage heading into 9. Havoc has really been struggling in his other matchups today, posting a poor 9-27 record over the last few hours. That just makes this current lead all the more impressive given the pressure he's under. He's definitely fighting a tough battle against the tide right now. We're all squared up at 6-6. The underdog is holding his own remarkably well right now. He's completely neutralized the gap in rankings to keep this a dead heat. Time to see who blinks first. Havoc pulls ahead once more, taking a 7-6 lead. Both of these guys are playing an incredibly high-level game right now.
Catalyst strikes back to lock things up at 7 apiece.
Both of these competitors have a near-identical map win rate here. The pace of this match is just electric right now, with these rounds flashing by in a heartbeat. Havoc is building a real cushion here, shutting down that attempt to push the ramp. He's definitely making up for that previous loss on red line. Another clean exchange and the momentum shift is complete. Havoc is now firmly in the driver's seat. The number 5 seed needs to find a way to stop this slide. He's just completely untouchable right now, securing another victory from the ramp. He's clearly outplaying the odds in this specific series. Catalyst secures this one to get back into the rhythm. A solid way for him to start clawing back into this. The resilience from Catalyst is impressive, keeping the pressure on with another effortless kill. A huge response from Havoc, putting himself just one step away from victory. Unbelievable. Havoc closes it out right here to secure the match. He finally puts an end to that nightmare series of losses against this guy. Truly an incredible turn of events. Hard-fought win. Phantom enters this map on an incredible 10-game win streak, and he's carrying that momentum directly into a matchup where he's already held the upper hand historically. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can find a way to break that rhythm today. Catalyst is fighting back, but Phantom holds the 2-1 lead. He really has to fight for every single round against the top seed. Phantom is just too quick for him. He caught Catalyst right as he tried to hold that wine position. Phantom is simply dominating, cruising to a 4-1 lead. Just an absolute blur of a round. He is completely taking over this match. The world number 1 is putting on a clinic. Another clean execution, flicking right through his target on the wine to bring the tally to 6-1. He just can't find an answer, dropping another poor attempt from the wine to go down 7-1. Catalyst finally finds his mark, stopping that heavy run from the world number 1. Phantom has put up a strong 28-6 record over the last day. And that kind of confidence is clearly spilling over into this game. He is simply operating on a different level right now. It is going to be tough for Catalyst to claw back into this. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's completely defying the pre-match script here. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence, clearly benefiting from that recent 10-game winning streak. Time to see how Catalyst responds. Catalyst secures another, narrowing the gap to 8-5. He's definitely showing a lot more fight than in their previous outing. The resilience is starting to show here as he puts together a solid 2-round stretch. He's on fire right now, picking Phantom right off the wine to keep this rally going. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Incredible. He has completely erased that deficit to even the series. Absolutely terrifying. He's now just steamrolled through 5 straight rounds to take the lead. And just like that, the world number 1 finds his footing to level the score. Both players are now on exactly equal footing. He's completely shut him down again, continuing this incredible surge to push the lead to 10-9. He keeps the pressure high, continuing his charge to take a 2-round advantage. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this one. That was a lightning fast reaction to keep things competitive. We have a dead heat. Both players have fought their way back to a completely equal scoreline. This is exactly where you'd expect the top seed to prevail. A seamless strike to move into the driver's seat, and he is just 1 round away from a massive upset. Unbelievable! He finishes it off with a lightning strike to complete the most improbable comeback of the tournament. He just proved he can hang with the top seed, shaking off that early slump to pull off a massive victory. Truly a gritty performance. What a fight. Phantom holds a massive advantage in their overall head-to-head history. And it's clear why he enters this as the heavy favorite, despite that slow start. We'll see if Havoc can turn the tables today. Suddenly, we've got a dead heat between Havoc and Phantom. It shows why the #1 rated player is the favorite. Phantom edges ahead, taking a narrow 2-1 lead. He is certainly playing like the top seed today. He's just outclassing him right now, extending the run to 3 straight. He's really making the most of that 28-7 run he's had today. He is just completely untouchable right now, taking a 4th straight round with an effortless shot. It's exactly what we expected from the top seed. What a response from Havoc, shutting down that momentum swing with a lightning-fast reaction. That was some incredibly sharp spacing on the reset. What a way to end the point. He's keeping the pressure on, staying calm under fire. Phantom has been playing exceptionally well today, winning 28 of his 35 total rounds, and that high success rate is giving him a lot of confidence in these tight exchanges. It'll be tough for Havoc to chip away at this lead. Unbelievable. He's clawed his way right back into this, bringing us completely level. Phantom regains the lead, pushing the score to 6-5. It's been a tough day overall for the 8th seed. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the world #1 is simply proving his class early. He is in a good spot given his 68% win rate on this particular map. Sides are swapped. Let's go. Phantom is pulling away now, leading by 3. The gap in their overall head-to-head history is certainly weighing on Havoc. Phantom is just dominant, sitting comfortable at 9-5. He looks as sharp as his recent form suggests. An absolute freak of a play. I cannot believe we just saw a knife kill in a match of this caliber. A risky move that paid off perfectly. Phantom's in a commanding position, leading 10-6. The 8th seed is really struggling to keep pace. Havoc gets one back, cutting the deficit to 10-7. An aggressive play to get this back on track. What a clutch effort, he's simply refusing to back down and keeps the rally alive. He's definitely found a way to disrupt the pace. Phantom is tightening his grip on the game, refusing to let Havoc build any real momentum here. Another point for Phantom, and now he's just one away from the finish. Just a glimpse of the gap we see in the rankings. What a shocker! Havoc just stumbled upon him for a daring knife finish to keep the game going. A complete freak of a play to keep this alive. Unbelievable! Another knife finish closes out the series in spectacular fashion. Quick start for Catalyst, who takes the opener from the ramp. Havoc answers right back by taking control from the ramp, keeping things dead even. A tough grind today for a guy sitting at 927. Havoc is starting to really pressure him now, especially with that high ground advantage on the red. The higher rated player is looking a bit shaky right now. Catalyst is really putting on the pressure now, showing a lot of speed coming off that ramp. Havoc is putting up a fight here, cleaning up a player who had the height advantage. The head-to-head stats are usually so one-sided in his favor. What a fight he scrapes through that encounter with barely anything left to his name. A classic showdown between two of the top 10 players right now. Catalyst holds a slim lead as we hit round 7. He's definitely showing the top 5 form right now. He wipes out Havoc from the ramp to keep this momentum rolling. This is looking like their usual dynamic from the head-to-head history. Unreal, he barely survives that chaotic trade to stay within striking distance. He's fighting hard to overcome that skewed career history. We're all squared up heading into a huge 10th. Hard to believe this is a coin flip given those lifetime odds. He's just too fast right now, extending that streak to 3 before the break. A huge shift in energy from the 5 ranked player right now. We are locked in at 6-6. Havoc is really defying the odds here. He's holding his own against the player who usually owns this rivalry, proving that the rank gap isn't everything today. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst is just too quick today, using that ramp to secure another round and pull further ahead. He's usually the one controlling the pace in this matchup. He's simply too strong right now, using that ramp to widen the gap as he secures another win. He keeps the heat on, dragging Havoc right off the ramp to extend his streak. Looking like a bit of a struggle against those top 9 odds. Havoc gets the upper hand here, showing some serious grit to claw back into this game. He's definitely proving that those pre-game odds weren't set in stone. Catalyst has been out of form recently, coming in with a 16-19 record over the last day. It's interesting because that lack of stability is precisely why he's worked so hard to build this cushion. He really needs to close this out before Havoc finds another opening. He's really refusing to back down, using that ramp to secure his second straight win. Havoc is really starting to close that gap. Catalyst is really leaning into his strength now and refuses to let this slip away. He's showing some incredible tenacity right now, fighting through the damage to close that gap to 10-11. He's really making this a nail-biter for the favored player. He manages to pick him off the ramp and we are completely tied up. The pressure is really mounted on the favorite side now. Unreal, he just keeps stacking these wins, taking Catalyst down from the ramp to put himself on the verge of victory. Absolute perfection on that final shot. He completes the come from behind surge to take the series. He's really rewritten the script for this rivalry today. Just a total mental collapse for Catalyst to let a lead like that slip. He really earned this one. Phantom currently leads the head-to-head with 751 wins over Catalyst. It's a strong statistical cushion, but Catalyst actually managed to take their most recent clash. It'll be interesting to see if the top seed can reclaim total control here. Absolute control from him now. He's outplaying his opponent in every single exchange. The number 1 seed is making a strong statement early on. A quick reaction there, and Catalyst refuses to let the lead slide further. The tension was high for that one. Both of them fighting for the same narrow piece of ground on the ramp. The number 1 seed is showing exactly why he owns the top spot. Phantom is just relentless, pushing his lead to 5-1. The world number 1 is looking completely locked in here. He is just too fast right now, extending that streak to 3 straight. His recent form lately has been truly staggering. A clean response here to get the round back. He certainly knows how to play spoiler when the pressure is on. It's a total scrap on that ramp, and Catalyst is coming out on top again. He's proving that his ranking doesn't tell the whole story. Unreal. He clears out the ramp with total ease to keep this momentum rolling. He's truly defying all the pre-game expectations right now. Phantom finds his mark again, keeping things steady before the break. The gap in ratings is evident as the top seed asserts himself. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 advantage. I mean, it's a bit shocking given how much the oddsmakers backed Catalyst. The underdog is playing out of his mind and has the momentum right now. Fresh start for Catalyst now. Phantom has been on absolute fire today with a 27-7 record over the last 24 hours, and honestly, it's starting to feel like this match is just another piece of that winning puzzle. He's completely dismantled the defenses here. What a scramble! Catalyst barely hangs on with a handful of health, securing another round from the ramp. He is playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Phantom holds a firm 10-6 grip on the game. It's a tough stretch for the number 5 seed tonight. The speed of these exchanges is just wild. Phantom is really starting to pull away here. He has looked so focused since that narrow defeat on AIM Italy. He really knew how to hold that Tetris position to shut the door on Phantom's momentum. A huge response here from Phantom to put himself in a commanding position. And that's it. Phantom shuts the door with that final exchange to secure the victory. He's really putting on a clinic today, making it look easy after that scare earlier in the set. Havoc just makes a great play from the ramp to open things up. Phantom is the heavy favorite coming into this series, boasting a massive win rate of 64% overall, but the momentum has completely shifted. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can keep this early lead going. Phantom is trailing and needs a big answer now. He's clearly playing like the top seed in the league right now. Havoc is cruising with a commanding 3-1 lead. The top spot on the ladder is looking vulnerable right now. These encounters are ending faster and faster. Havoc is simply outreacting him right now. Phantom is showing some grit here, keeping his cool to chip away at the deficit. That's an effortless pair of rounds for the favorite, who is refusing to let this match slip away. The seed gap is narrowing as we approach the half. Havoc is fighting an uphill battle against history, as Phantom leads their lifetime rivalry with over 1,000 total wins, and honestly, it makes the current scoreline a bit more surprising. It'll be a huge confidence boost for the underdog if he can actually push this to a stalemate. That's a flawless sequence from Phantom, proving he's far from out of this. He's certainly playing with the poise you'd expect from a top-seeded player. What a scramble! Havoc barely scrapes through that fight to keep the pressure on. He's really holding his own despite that massive historical deficit. Havoc holds a solid 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, this is a total reversal of the expected script. It's rare to see the number 1 seed start a match this far behind. Time to switch sides. Both players were fighting for that same ramp area, but Havoc's reaction time was just a split second faster. He's really defying the odds after that rough 1-4 loss earlier today. Havoc just pushed his lead to a dominant 9-5. He's certainly used to the upper hand in this pairing. Phantom is putting on a serious clinic here, totally shutting down any attempts from Havoc to maintain that lead. He's simply not missing right now, securing another clean win from the ramp to keep the surge going. He's starting to look like a threat again. Havoc shuts him down quickly from the Tetris to reclaim the lead. Phantom puts on a strong display here to narrow the gap to 2 rounds. He's starting to look much more comfortable now. Havoc is putting on a huge performance, keeping his composure to really stretch this lead out. Another clean win from the ramp, and he's now just 1 step away from victory. Absolutely crashing the expected results for this series. Unreal, he shuts the door on this match with an absolutely pristine finishing shot. An unbelievable result here. He just completely defied the numbers to take down the best player in the league. Catalyst has historically dominated this rivalry with 915 total wins. But that history is looking a lot less relevant right now. Havoc seems to have finally figured out the blueprint to beating him after picking up a victory in their most recent meeting. He's just completely in control of the server right now. The number 5 seed is really feeling the heat. Catalyst shows some grit here, coming up completely unscathed to cut the gap. Havoc is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. Havoc is just too sharp right now, effortlessly picking him off that elevated spot. He's definitely playing like the 6th ranked player right now. He's just refusing to let up, extending that gap to a 5-round lead. He's just unstoppable. Another clean win to push his lead to 7-1. He's certainly making a case against the favorite today. He just blasts him right off that box, extending his run to 5 straight. It's a total reversal of how they usually match up. Absolutely relentless. He's now claimed 6 in a row. Truly a nightmarish start for the favorite. A fierce run of 7 straight for Havoc, putting an incredible grip on this map. A huge contrast to their typical result. It's 10-2 going into the break. Well, everything about this start is a shock given how Catalyst usually holds his own. Havoc is looking far too strong to be the underdog right now. Time to see if Catalyst can bounce back. Havoc has been struggling quite a bit today with an 11-25 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear that this particular map is the only thing keeping him afloat in a really tough sequence of matches. He'll need to keep that focus if he wants to put this one away. The momentum swings right back as Havoc shuts down that small spark and moves to a 12-3 lead. Unbelievable! He closes out the match with a swift final kill to seal the victory. Looking at that speed, he was just on another level today. A tough way to go down for the higher seed. Phantom has an incredible historical edge with 752 total wins over Catalyst. Looking at the recent form, Catalyst has been struggling quite a bit compared to his usual level. It will be interesting to see if he can find some answers in this series. He's just not letting up, taking an effortless third round for himself. The number 1 seed is showing zero mercy right now. He secures a quick response here, proving he can still hold his own. Exactly the kind of spark the underdog needs early on. Phantom is firmly in control with the 4-1 lead. Looking at the ladder, he really is operating at another level. That was a sharp display of reflexes as he keeps this comeback alive. The gap between these two is definitely closing a bit. He's staying strong, putting up another fight to keep this close. Really putting the favorite on his heels right now. Phantom is coming in with a solid 26-8 record over the last day. It shows he has a lot of confidence right now, and that mental edge is definitely playing into the lead he has built. I want to see if Catalyst can actually disrupt that momentum. He just can't be stopped right now, bringing in the tally level at 5-5. Everything is wide open now as the boards reset. He digs deep to secure another win, continuing this impressive surge as we approach the break. He's really putting the pressure on before we hit the break. We're all square at 6 apiece. Well, Catalyst is definitely fighting back after a shaky start to the game. He's proving that the pre-match predictions might have been too hasty. Let's see who blinks first. Phantom pulls ahead by 1 to reclaim a slim lead. The gap in their current form is becoming very apparent. A completely clean shot as he forces a deadlock in this contest. He is showing a lot more poise than we expected today. Phantom edges forward again, holding a narrow 8-7 advantage. He's certainly playing like the current top seed today. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat at 9-7. His superior rating is really starting to reflect in these exchanges. The resilience is showing as he answers back with a completely one-sided exchange. He's keeping the pressure high as the lead shrinks. What a turnaround! He claws back yet again to level the series at 9-9. It's becoming a complete toss-up between these two. He is just untouchable in these exchanges, completely taking over the pace of the game. He is just outclassing everyone right now, moving within striking distance of the finish line. The momentum has completely shifted in the underdog's favor. Phantom answers back with a fast snap, staying in the fight. He is certainly showing the class of a number 1 ranked player. He withstands the pressure again, putting himself just 1 round away from a victory. Things are looking very different for him compared to those earlier matches. He refuses to go down easy, shutting things down instantly to keep his hopes alive. Unreal, Catalyst closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the match victory. He really stepped up when it counted to take down the top seed like that, especially with the history between them. It's just huge. What a fight. Phantom currently holds a dominant lead in their history with over 1000 career wins against Havoc. It makes sense why the top player in the league is seeing so much success here. Let's see if Havoc can push back after that opening loss. Absolutely effortless as he picks this one up from the ramp. The top seed is simply showing up today. A huge response from Havoc, who manages to clear him right off the ramp. The favorite definitely felt that blow. Phantom is cruising right now with a 4-1 cushion. The world #1 is looking sharp after that early stumble. Phantom's pulling way ahead at 5-1. He's certainly looking for a return to form after those last 2 losses. He has completely taken control of this match, stretching the lead to 6-1. He's completely erased that loss from their last meeting. He uses the height on the ramp to grab another one, cutting the gap slightly. Havoc really seems to have the measure of his opponent lately, having already taken a series from him today. It's a complete shift from the usual dynamic we see between these two. The big question now is if he can keep this momentum going into double digits. Phantom reacts so quickly to Havoc sitting on that wine box, just completely shutting down any hope of a run here. Phantom heads into the break with a big 9-3 lead. He's definitely playing to his top seeded status. Havoc has a mountain to climb if he wants to force a close game here. Time to swap sides. Phantom is just too quick today, catching Havoc right as he tried to hold that wine box. He is really putting his top seed status on full display. It's becoming a bit of a blowout. Havoc is just getting outpaced in these quick exchanges. Havoc is putting up a fight, but he's still got a long road ahead to bridge this gap. Havoc is really starting to put the pressure on now, dragging Phantom right off that ramp. He's really making a case that those recent victories were no fluke. He's on a roll now, securing his 3rd straight victory to keep this fight alive. He's playing with total confidence after that recent victory on Redline. He is absolutely on fire, securing another easy win from the wine box to make that 4 straight. He's simply refusing to stop, catching his opponent right off the box for another effortless victory. And there it is. Phantom stops the surge instantly and puts himself 1 step away from victory. he manages to trade blows on the ramp and come out on top. He managed to scrap out a huge win in that duel. Unbelievable. He closes out the series with a perfect shot to secure the win. He just couldn't hold on to that momentum from the middle of the set, and the top seed closes this one out. Catalyst comes out swinging, taking total control of that wine area to open things up. Catalyst is historically the stronger player here, holding a substantial lead in their head-to-head record. He's looking to maintain that mental edge today after a tough run of games. Now it's just a matter of seeing if Havoc can find any answers to these early rounds. Catalyst is just dominant right now, leading 3-1. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. The rounds are flying by, and Catalyst is keeping the pressure high with those quick victories. His 5th rank on the ladder is starting to show. And he finds a way to respond, securing a quick win to chip away at the gap. A quick exchange, but that definitely slows things down. Havoc puts on a show of resilience, picking him right off the wine for another straight round. Havoc is struggling to put together a real streak today, falling to 11-25 in the last 24 hours. Well, that lack of consistency is making this gap feel even wider than it is. He needs to find a way to stop the momentum swing here. Another effortless kill for Havoc, who's refusing to let the lead slip completely away from him. Catalyst still holds a healthy 3-round cushion. He definitely looks like he's recovered from that tough blow on Dunes. Catalyst holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly how we expected. His long-term head-to-head advantage is showing here as he keeps the upper hand. Time to see if Havoc wakes up. Havoc is clawing back, now trailing by just 3. He's certainly showing that top 10 class on the ladder. He's truly on a tear now, erasing another round with a lightning-fast strike. That's a serious shift in momentum. Absolutely untouchable right now, he just walks through another round without taking any damage. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit to bring us dead even. Total reset of the board. We are back to square one. He is simply outclassing everyone right now, taking the lead with a 5th straight victory. What a scramble! He almost ran out of health there, but manages to secure a 6th straight round. The underdog has completely flipped the script in this series. He's absolutely on fire, picking up his 7th straight win to move within 2 of the finish line. Finally a response. Catalyst gets the upper hand from the wine to kill the momentum. He's fighting to prove those early predictions, right? Another effortless snap from Catalyst, proving he's not going away quietly in this series. He's simply too fast right now, squaring things up with a perfectly timed triple round surge. A huge shift in momentum as he claims a fast round, putting himself in a position to close this out. Absolutely incredible. He digs deep to finish this off and secures a stunning comeback victory. The grit on display from that side of the map was just unreal to watch. He really shook off that historical slump to pull this one out. What a fight. Phantom enters this one with a strong 26-8 record from today, but he's really fighting an uphill battle against Catalyst's comfort on this layout. We know Catalyst typically handles this map much better, and that early lead might be just what he needs to push his recent win streak further. A real bloodbath on the ramp there, and Phantom managed to outduel him to keep this close. Expectations are high for the top-rated man today. Catalyst is just too sharp early on, quickly shutting Phantom down even with the high ground advantage. It's been a tough run for the top seed tonight. Phantom reads the ramp perfectly, and now this series is looking like a total toss-up. The world number 1 is starting to assert himself. Unbelievable! He barely walked away from that exchange, but it's enough to bring the score back to a dead heat. He's truly showing why he currently holds that top spot. He just isn't missing, taking full control of the pace with another effortless victory. A cautious exchange that ultimately went in Catalyst's favor to bring us level. A classic head-to-head struggle where neither man can pull away. Catalyst is starting to build some real momentum here, really taking advantage of that ramp position to stretch his lead. He's completely taking over this sequence, securing another effortless win to pull further ahead. A bit of a contrast to his last result against Havoc. He's simply too strong right now, putting on a huge show of force to tighten his grip on this first half. A complete reversal of the expected dynamic between these two. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, everything is playing out according to the script. He's leaning on that map comfort to stay ahead of the world number 1 right now. New sides, fresh. Phantom holds a massive long-term advantage in their head-to-head history. But those numbers feel irrelevant right now, given how he struggled in their most recent meetings. It will take a complete shift in energy if he wants to close this gap before the break. Phantom secures the win from the ramp, showing some real tenacity to claw back into this. That's a huge confidence booster for him moving into the next set. He's refusing to back down, putting on a strong display to close the gap even further. He really needed to make a statement and stop the bleed. Absolutely crushing it. He just wiped the floor with his opponent to bring the score all the way back to a deadlock. He's just on fire, taking control of the series with a 4th straight victory. Exactly the kind of result the crowd expected from the favorite. He holds the advantage from the ramp again, pushing his streak to 5 straight wins. He's really starting to put the pressure on the opponent here. Catalyst finally halts the slide, stepping up to keep himself in the fight. The world number 1 is definitely feeling the heat now. Phantom is simply refusing to break, securing another result from the ramp to move just 2 rounds away from victory. The momentum has completely shifted since that first half lead. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just 1 step away from closing this out. The momentum shift is night and day from the first half. A very composed response from Catalyst, picking him right off the Tetris to keep the dream alive. A desperate situation for the man trailing by 2. Another big point for Catalyst, who refuses to go down without a fight here. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite in this closing stretch. What a turnaround! He seals the series with a clutch play to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, especially since the other guy had looked so dominant throughout the map, he's just too greedy. What a fight! Phantom has completely owned this rivalry, winning 66% of their meetings over time. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into this set. Now, let's see if Havoc can actually find a way to disrupt that dominance. Another effortless one, he's just completely outclassing his opponent right now. What a scramble! He claws back into the game, barely surviving that exchange. Even the strongest favorites can feel the pressure when things tighten up. Phantom is cruising along with a huge 4-1 lead. The difference in their current ladder rankings is starting to show. Phantom just extends his lead to a commanding 5-1. Phantom has put up a truly impressive 27-8 record today, and honestly, it's a testament to how highly he's been performing throughout the event. Havoc needs to keep these momentum shifts coming if he hopes to put a dent in that lead. Phantom secures another lead, sitting comfortably at 6-3. The world number 1 is looking a bit shaky right now. Phantom was too quick for him there, catching Havoc right as he stepped out onto the ramp. A familiar result mirroring that 13-9 victory in their last meeting. Phantom is still firmly in control at 7-4. The top-seeded player is definitely feeling the pressure now. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going exactly according to script here. He's really leaning into that 70% map win rate to hold a comfortable advantage. Phantom is staring down the win at 9-4. It's becoming a huge climb for the number 6 seed. Havoc manages to hold the ramp for a crucial point here, preventing Phantom from cruising to a landslide victory. Havoc is starting to claw his way back, quickly shutting Phantom down as he tried to play the ramp. That's 2 in a row for the underdog. He's completely unstoppable right now, picking up a 3rd straight round without taking any damage. The gap is closing fast. Unbelievable. He just barely survives that chaotic scrap to keep the heater going. Phantom shuts down that momentum swing and takes things back to a 2-round lead. He refuses to back down, securing a crisp round to keep this comeback alive. The underdog is really making his presence felt in this series. Phantom is keeping a very steady hand here, refusing to let this match slip away from him. The top-rated talent in the league is showing why he's number 1. He refuses to let this slip, continuing his surge as the deficit shrinks to a single round. Phantom survives a wild brawl to take this one, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. The pressure is really starting to mount for the 6th seed. What an answer! He keeps fighting this uphill battle and refuses to let the set end right here. Havoc is certainly not playing like someone who's outmatched on paper. What a stand! He digs deep from the ramp to force this into overtime. Total chaos as we head into the overtime frames. That was an incredibly fast reaction time to put the pressure right back on Havoc. The top seed is proving his class in the clutch. Phantom is starting to pull ahead again, taking control of the pace as we move deeper into this overtime. He is simply refusing to quit, shutting down the round with a perfectly timed burst. He's keeping his composure under this intense pressure. A perfect shot to bring this game to a deadlock. Hard to believe we've actually reached a complete stalemate. Phantom finds the mark with a blistering shot to move within a single round of victory. That's a huge response from the higher ranked player. What a way to respond! He's completely erased the deficit and now sits on the edge of victory. He just keeps answering back every time. Havoc takes the lead, pushing it to 16-15. Absolute insanity as Havoc forces a 16-16 dead heat. Phantom just edges ahead, holding a narrow 17-16 advantage. Exactly the kind of form we've seen from him all day. And we are back to a dead tie at 17 all. Both of these competitors are simply refusing to let this set end. Phantom just sneaks ahead with an 18-17 lead. The higher seed is really digging in his heels. Phantom has surged forward to a 19-17 lead. Havoc really pushed him to the absolute limit in those final frames, but he just couldn't close the door. He had to work for that. Catalyst comes out firing on the ramp to secure an early lead here. Catalyst holds a huge historical advantage, winning nearly 70% of their head-to-head encounters. It's clear that confidence is fueling this early lead. Let's see if Havoc can find an answer to this pressure. Havoc is digging in, picking him right off the ramp to start the rally. The slight favorite isn't letting his lead slip too easily. Catalyst is really dominating, sitting comfortably at 4-1. He's really putting that higher ladder position to use. Havoc takes control from the Tetris, refusing to let that lead grow any further. A very different look than the matchups we saw earlier today. Havoc finds a way through the defenses and cleans him up off the Tetris. Definitely shaking off some rust from that narrow loss against Zephyr. What a turn of events! He's leveled the set, tying this up at 4-4. The momentum has completely shifted since that opening flurry. Absolutely unstoppable right now. He's outplayed his opponent with an effortless sequence to take the lead. Catalyst shuts things down from the boost to bring the score level. The higher ranked man is starting to assert his authority here. Catalyst barely edges ahead, taking a thin 6-5 lead. Looking at the board, those top tier ratings are certainly fighting for position. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Everything is playing out exactly as we anticipated. Havoc is keeping the score close, but Catalyst is still leaning on his 65% map win rate here. Let's see if Havoc can pull back. Catalyst has been struggling with an inconsistent run recently, posting a low 30% win rate in his last 10 matches. Well, that seems completely irrelevant right now given how he's controlling this specific set. He is simply refusing to give an inch of ground. Havoc is refusing to back down, flicking him off the Tetris to secure another round. His rank should be helping him recover from this slump. Catalyst reacts quickly to take that out from the Tetris, keeping his lead steady as we move into the final stretch. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. The top 5 ranking is really showing its value. What a fight! He nearly went down, but clawed back just in time to keep this rally alive. That was an incredibly tight trade to come out on top of. Another clean take from the Tetris as he continues to fight his way back into this. The gap is finally starting to close. Pure chaos here, both players were shredded, but Catalyst just barely scraped through that exchange. That puts him in a great position to close this out. He puts a stop to the momentum, knocking Havoc off the Tetris to move within 1 round of victory. What a frantic exchange. He survived a brutal trade to keep this dream alive. He's clinging to every single life right now. What an unbelievable finish. Catalyst survives by a thread and takes the victory. He just refused to let that late momentum swing his way. That was a gritty performance from a player who's been fighting for form lately. He had to work for that. Phantom has been absolutely lethal lately with a 26-8 record today. It's a stark contrast to the struggles Catalyst has faced in his last few matches. We're seeing the top seed really assert himself early here. Catalyst really timed that one perfectly, catching Phantom right in the window. Phantom is really leaning into those vertical angles to keep the pressure on Catalyst. He really looks like the #1 seed today. Phantom is making this look easy, just cutting right through him from the ramp. He's definitely playing up to that #1 seed ranking. He is showing some real grit, clawing his way back into this contest. He knows he's an underdog in this one, but the confidence is there. Phantom is just too quick today, catching Catalyst right as he tried to hold that high ground. He's already handled this opponent in their most recent clash. Phantom is just too dangerous from that toolbox. He's putting some serious distance between himself and his opponent. The #1 rated guy in the league is in total control. That was instantaneous. He just completely shuts down any hope of a recovery here. A flawless sequence, continuing the charge with a 6th round cushion. The head-to-head advantage is really starting to show here. Absolute perfection from the favorite, who seems completely unstoppable right now. Phantom is sitting on a huge 10-2 lead. I mean, we really didn't expect this level of struggle from Catalyst given the pre-match hype. The underdog is putting on a show right now. Let's see if Catalyst can reset. Catalyst manages to secure the edge from the wine box, showing he can definitely hang with the top seed. Looking at a long road ahead for the 5th ranked player here. Phantom has an all-time win rate of 64% across nearly 20,000 games, and honestly, it's that kind of depth and experience that usually allows him to absorb these sudden pushes. We'll have to see if Catalyst can keep this momentum going to flip the script. A clean finish for the leader to bring the score to 11-5. That historical edge on this map really is a factor. Catalyst is really starting to find some holes in that defense, holding his own from the planks for another round. He's definitely showing that top 5 class with those quick reads. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on, refusing to let the leader breathe as he cleans up from the ramp. He is on fire, securing another one from the wine box to keep the surge going. He is completely refusing to back down right now. What a run. He takes control from the wine box and keeps that momentum swinging in his favor. The momentum has shifted completely in his favor. Phantom halts the comeback and takes control of the server, knocking Catalyst off that ramp. That was a critical response to put the brakes on the slide. What a finish! He clears the ramp one last time to close out the series. He really just shrugged off that second half rally to maintain his dominance, a huge statement for the world #1 today. Phantom owns a massive lead in their head-to-head history. You know, it's a total mismatch based on the overall numbers. I mean, he's normally just too consistent for Havoc to handle. We'll see if the early momentum shifts that dynamic. He's on fire. That's 3 straight for Havoc, who is absolutely taking over early on. Phantom answers back instantly with a fast, untouchable shot to bring the score to 3-1. He's not going away, securing another clean get to keep this close. The favorite is starting to find his footing in this match. Absolutely effortless. That's 3 in a row to bring things completely level. He's back in control, clawing back a narrow lead. He's really making it a fight despite that ranking gap. A real battle for the heights there, and Havoc manages to come out on top. Phantom puts an end to that run by picking him off the box. Havoc is putting up a real fight here, but we can't ignore that he's sitting at a combined 11-24 record over the last day. It means he's likely fighting through a bit of a slump while Phantom is riding a hot streak. It will be interesting to see if Havoc can maintain this pressure. We head into the break all tied up at 6-6. Honestly, the underdog is playing way better than predicted. Despite that huge difference in their player ratings, Havoc is holding his own perfectly. Let's see who blinks first. He's showing a lot of grit here, closing this out without taking a single point of damage. A huge shift in power since those early rounds. Total deadlock at 7 apiece. Both players are locked in. It's surprising to see the #1 ranked guy on the ropes. A super fast response here, showing just how tough he's being in this series. The skill gap usually shows up in the late game. Neither man is backing down at 8-all. This is a much tighter contest than we expected for the top seed. That's a sharp read, and Phantom is showing some real grit as he claims the lead. He's just too sharp right now, securing another win with a lightning-fast reaction. He's completely taken over now, soaring to an 11-8 lead with that effortless shot. The pressure is mounting for the lower-seeded side. A total shutdown to put the pressure right back on Havoc. He's just 1 round away from victory. Just the kind of run we'd expect from a high-seeded pro. Unreal. Phantom finishes the job with an absolute stunner to secure the victory. He really just surged ahead when it mattered, keeping his composure while Havoc struggled to find an answer. That's another one in the win column for the world #1. Catalyst has an imposing 69% win rate whenever these two meet head-to-head. I mean, that historical edge is a massive psychological hurdle for Havoc to overcome today. It will be interesting to see if the underdog can find a way to break that trend. Catalyst takes a narrow 2-1 lead into round 3. He's shaking off a really tough stretch of losses from earlier. Catalyst looks really comfortable with the height advantage, using that ramp perfectly to extend his lead. Catalyst is just cruising now, holding a commanding 4-1 lead. It's definitely feeling like the predicted favorite is in control. The momentum has completely shifted, and he just dismantled Havoc from the Tetris to make it 5. He's really putting that high seed ranking on display today. He manages to outlast Havoc in a frantic exchange to keep the run alive. It's a recurring theme as he's claimed 5 of their last 5 meetings. Havoc finds his footing with a tidy play from the ramp. He's fighting for a bit more consistency after that tough run today. Catalyst secures the exchange from the Tetris, and he's really putting a grip on this series. Everything is playing out exactly how the rankings suggest. That was a fierce battle on the ramp, but Catalyst just refuses to let Havoc back into this series. He's definitely proving why he's sitting in the top 10 of our rating. Havoc has definitely been struggling today with an 11-25 record. It's a tough road to climb, but he's finally starting to resist the pressure. We need to see if he can actually turn this deficit around. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 advantage. Honestly, the higher seed is doing exactly what we expected him to do. He's looking far too steady on this map for Havoc to easily close the gap. Havoc trails 5-8, but he's fighting back. He's definitely showing a bit more confidence than he did in their last meeting. Catalyst extends his lead to 9-5 with total dominance. It's an impressive run of form from the world number 5. Another clean take from the ramp for Catalyst. He's starting to pull away and looks completely settled in this side of the map. A brutal trade of shots, but he keeps the streak alive and stays in full control. He looks like the stronger man in this specific matchup. He's just too fast today, and now we're at match point. The gap in their individual rankings is really showing through right now. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange to close out the whole series. A completely one-sided affair that showed exactly why this map is such a stronghold for him. Phantom is currently the highest rated player in our league, and we are seeing that skill gap manifest immediately. It makes sense given how well he's been playing over the last day. This looks like a high pressure situation for Catalyst to shake off the rust. Phantom is just too quick for him, easily cleaning him off the ramp to take a lead. This looks identical to their previous encounter today. Phantom is just refusing to let Catalyst get any breathing room right now. He's just completely in control, extending that streak to 3 straight. He's certainly looking sharp after that 13-8 result against Havoc. A heavy exchange here, but Catalyst manages to come out on top to close the gap. He looks like he's finally starting to settle into the server. Unbelievable! He barely survives that exchange to keep his momentum rolling. He's really scrambling for every single percentage of health to stay alive. Phantom is clearly the more comfortable man here, quickly shutting down the ramp to pull away again. Phantom leads the head-to-head with a total of 754 wins over Catalyst. It's a massive sample size that shows he usually knows exactly how to deal with this specific opponent. He's making the most of that experience to keep a firm grip on the map. Phantom holds a commanding 3-round lead as we enter 11. The top 5 ranking for Catalyst isn't helping him much right now. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he was the underdog going into this, but he is absolutely playing the role of the spoiler right now. He's simply outplaying the favorite in every trade. Time to see if Catalyst can respond. Phantom still comfortably ahead with an 8-5 lead. That was a blink, and you missed it kind of engagement. He certainly had his fair share of trouble against this guy lately. Phantom is just running away with this, leading 9-5. He's absolutely dominating his recent sessions today. That's a seriously fast finish, and it puts Catalyst in a very deep hole. Phantom pushes a massive 10-6 lead right now. A quick reaction from the challenger to keep things interesting. What a scramble! He somehow digs himself out of a hole to secure a nail-biting win. That was a total nail-biter for a second there. Phantom just denies that push from the ramp and is now just 1 round away from the victory. He is just completely shutting down every attempt to push. Absolute perfection from Phantom to close this out, simply erasing Catalyst from that ramp. He's really on a tear today, just completely outclassing one of the top 5 in the league. Phantom clearly has the upper hand here with a 66% head-to-head win rate. And that history is matching up perfectly with how he's playing today. He's essentially untouchable right now, and Havoc is really struggling to find any answers. The momentum has completely shifted, as the favorite just cruised to a 3-round lead. Just total control now. He's outclassing Havoc in every single encounter. This is a rough start for the number 7 seed. Unreal. He almost went down, but barely clutches out a survival with a sliver of health. A huge confidence boost after that tight fight. Phantom is just dominating with a massive 5-1 lead. The number 1 rated guy is simply too sharp tonight. Havoc is dealing with some serious struggles right now, specifically looking at that 10-25 record today. It's really tough to build any long-term momentum when you're starting from such a deficit. He'll need to put together a string of rounds to stay in this. Havoc finally claws one back to make it 3-6. The rounds are flying by now, and Phantom is simply too fast for him. He's continuing the form he showed in their last meeting. Havoc keeps fighting, but Phantom still holds a 7-4 lead. Phantom holds an 8-4 lead, and honestly this looks exactly like what we predicted going in. He's playing very steadily, which is a big problem for Havoc to solve in the second half. Time for a clean slate. Phantom is still comfortably ahead at 8-5. It is a tough climb against the current number 1 seed. Havoc is really digging in now, putting together a pair of fast wins to chip away at that lead. He's simply not stopping. That's 3 straight for the underdog, and the gap is closing fast. The pressure is really starting to build on the favorite now. And he answers right back, halting that momentum shift immediately. Phantom's back in the driver's seat with a 10-7 cushion. He's showing some real grit, refusing to let the favorite close this out early. He nearly buckled under the initial pressure, but managed to swing and land the final shot. He is putting up a serious fight right now. Unbelievable. He's completely erased the deficit, and we've got a dead heat at 10-all. A fast response to reclaim the lead. Consistency is key for a player with such a stellar record lately. The comeback is complete. He's fought his way back to an 11-11 deadlock. Nobody expected the underdog to be this resilient tonight. That was way too easy. He's now just 1 round away from taking the whole thing. The skill difference is really starting to show in these high-stakes moments. What a finish! He seals the victory with one final crisp headshot. He really pushed the top seed to the limit in that one. Phantom just refused to blink when it mattered most. He had to work for that.